just make sure you tag those 4 teams at least, or send them the links or whatever. Yeah. Thank you.
Alright.
So you have to push start streaming and then start go live.
It goes live from here. So, yeah, whenever we get the other team in, right?
Okay.
I think you'll be able to do the bar.
Me too. My concern is that you're gonna.
Yeah. So we can. Oh shoot. Here, we'll just. Yeah, 1 and 10.
But nothing else.
That's it. So that should be good to go. Where's Thomas or Nick? Whichever one. So if you want to do a replay, what you'll do, you'll hit replay capture. Boom, you have a replay.
Then capture, so that captures like the last
10 seconds or so.
Okay.
This will toggle slow-mo or normal speed. I'd probably just stick with normal speed for rugby.
Yeah.
And then this is transition. So
Hop on your circle.
yeah.
This is an extra. Here, throw that.
This is the replay scene. So if you have the replay scene up, then you would just hit transition and it'll move over. It'll do like a little fancy thing, and then like replay intro thing, swoosh thing, and then when it's done, you just hit that again and it moves back. And then yeah, so that should be good to go. And then beyond that, it's just like sound levels on there, and that's it.
Wait, is this universal? This plug, Rob?
What?
Is this plug universal?
I think so. But I'm gonna go get the other one.
Because where does this go?
So this is in the replay scene, and so that just kind of goes there.
Yeah.
And so whenever I capture something new,
The latest one will just, it'll be there.
Scene.
Yeah.
So this goes into the scoreboard like this.
Yep.
This definitely does not fit into that. It
Does
looks
not?
the same as this.
I
thought we had multiple of these great cameras.
Does this have like an adapter on it?
Yeah, it looks like it has an adapter on it, right?
Yeah, but not. The only port I see.
Look on the very back.
On the back?
Above.
This controls this. This controls that.
Yes, that controls that.
Okay, yeah, it's the same size as that one.
Same size.
It's big.
Okay. Is there one on? Is that thing above it just showing?
Is it I/O port or computer port?
I don't know.
Computer port. It looks like the computer port should be the size that's in your left hand, but it says not used on this model.
Well, we could just try, right?
No, like there is no port.
Oh.
Like there's a cutout for it, but it says not used on this model.
Oh, okay.
Look right where your right hand is.
On that big thing, is there anything that?
The data port.
Oh wait.
Up top?
Data port?
Yeah, right there. You're feeling it. Because that's just a scoreboard,
We need
right?
power to the bot, correct?
Yes. Where's the power to the bot?
I think it's in the bag. I set it right.
That is not.
I think it's in the bag.
Yeah.
So we're gonna probably have to go down.
Yeah. Plug it in there.
I'm just gonna sneak in here really quick.
And then.
Touch the hair metal with this.
Wait, Nate, you want to plug that in?
Yeah, this looks like it should work.
Okay.
Do you want to take a picture of this?
Oh yes. I'm gonna try something.
Because if so,
Oh, that's cool. Are they having a lunch break thing again?
Yeah. There's a. Yeah, it'll be between 1:30 and 3. Well. No. There'll be a break somewhere. Well, if this game starts on time. Maybe not.
I know, we're already moving behind.
Hey!
Okay. I'm gonna go
Thank you very much.
the other one really quick.
Yeah, just like, no, 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago, yeah.
I'm like,
We robbed the hospital yesterday.
your wife sent you away, didn't she?
Oh, 100%. Well, like, I was like, can I do this right with you? She's like, yeah, if you take Emerson, like, I don't care. Like, because, you know, she just sits in bed and takes care of the baby, and her mom's in town, yeah, so it works out, because Sonny loves to do, you know, Sonny loves to be here anyway.
But if it'll stay.
Yeah, he does.
There you go.
Emerson, come on, we're going again.
Yeah. Bye. Have fun.
That's my concern. Do you have any extra extension cords, Jonas? I'll even take like a. Yeah. Yes. One of those. I'll even take one of those. One of this. You have extra. That's exactly what I want. That one.
So much here.
I'd rather not have it on the table.
A splitter through a splitter through a
We'll
splitter.
run that one through this one
Okay.
into this. That's exactly what
Really?
So that
Probably all the soccer players that got come on
to
here.
this.
Strike there. Nice. Squeaked it in. Where is he here?
No, he's
In St. George.
in St. George.
Perfect. Now I
He's on
know
a
Golf trip.
the length on this. How long
It's a hard line to follow. But yeah, the MLR, they're calling it every time.
totally going through
No,
here?
I
'Cause
just
this is
don't
kind of scary.
I think we all know too, man.
Like I know.
Yes, he was telling me.
You should have all the data from the
Yeah, me and Ben and I were.
Yeah.
We were all.
I'll run on the other side. I'll start
Didn't you go to
Yes, I did.
Thomas.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, not in the summer, no.
Yeah.
I thought you meant what?
What ball?
It's told you no.
6'2",
We're
30.
talking about how his eyes
All right, I'll learn my.
Who else went to Texas Village?
Just them.
Wait, is ISM who?
And Cole.
It's on 62, 30.
1963.
And then he said, then they saw my body.
No.
But now
But
he's
you're
got
not-
his
oh, no,
revenge
no, no.
body.
There's revenge.
But you're not
body.
connecting.
Love to see
So he
you.
showed you how to run it manually, right?
Yes.
You're doing the
No,
clock
this is
yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's on
you
the
shouldn't
manual.
have to do that.
Okay.
So what I just plugged in will run it for you based off of theirs. Does that make sense?
Dude, what,
So
why
go to
did you
designer,
do Akuma? Was it
bot
Akuma?
select. That's what you want.
I hate it though.
Do 1963.
Kingston
Now,
costs
in
like-
theory,
What
can
happened to like
you?
the Gilbert ones you guys have?
Can you test the scoreboard first?
Not that one. The
RHINOS
other
or
one.
the?
Yeah. Are you?
those
Are we?
albums?
I'll always listen for a timer.
I just want Canterbury.
Oh shit. No, that's what we had. The
Yeah,
Canterbury
the old
ones.
Canterbury.
Yeah, where'd they all go? Like, what are you doing with all the
then
jerseys?
He just gives them to like kids at those.
Yeah.
You could use it for clock though.
That's
well,
a that's I want. one.
Yeah, I mean, clock is like the
Can
hard
you
part.
use it for
You
score?
don't need to pay me. You just need a jersey. Just for remembrance.
Yeah, because he gave you the
I just
freaking.
want to see if it's affecting
Yeah,
our
my senior
scoreboard here if I
gift
plug it in.
was a blanket. But it was just BYU. But it didn't have any
I
rugby.
didn't even
or
have
anything.
mine is too. Mine is too. Cause I got mine, and I was like, this is cool, I guess.
Yeah.
And he gave me a heartfelt letter. That's good. You know? He's like, hey, come back. I was like, I'm good. I
Dude,
don't.
he need dude. The continuity is what.
Yeah.
See, that's what made BYU really good. Is like.
Yeah.
Yeah, get like inside and out here.
Hard
Yeah.
life to be a rugby player and have school.
In theory,
Yeah, if rugby's, a lot of the thing that made BYU really good was that rugby was, like, they went to BYU for rugby, they didn't go to BYU and play
Played
rugby.
rugby, yeah.
But now it's
I
different
don't
where
even
it's
know
like,
how that data fit works.
we're playing rugby because we like it, not because that's all we have.
And that's why we don't have like actual rugby players a lot. Like our first 15 is like actually rugby players, maybe like 2/3 of that, and then like the rest is like whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you just double click it?
Should have brought it Robinson him now.
But it's all right.
Okay, so I don't think that box.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Life moves on, you know.
Moves on.
But it should. In theory.
You use the ball boy too? What's up? You use the ball boy too? I don't think so.
It appears that it's not. Because in theory you should be able to connect it.
That That is not me. I'm not the ball boy.
Oh, you're not?
Apologize.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm just here to tell people to get off the sideline.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good job. We like to hear it.
But hey, if a ball comes my way, I might help out a bit. Do we have designated ball boys?
That's what your radio's for, not me. Don't ask me. I'm not a part of it anymore. I'm not a part of it anymore. I don't think you should be. Yeah.
Balls into it. I'm not gonna go run and grab balls and hit that.
Bryce, let's go. News away and home.
You the sideline cam?
No.
I think yeah,
I didn't want to like. I'm sure you're getting something set up. But.
Oh, that's what it is. How about now, Thomas?
Your Thomas guy did the other players.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if someone.
I don't know. You add stuff to me.
I don't really know exactly how I see.
Go, set up, set up!
I'm not sure of time.
Once he starts the clock on here, Thomas, you should see it.
Go, Benny!
Are we live?
I'll let you know. If it's working.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Coleman, and I am with Game On Live Studio. Welcome you today with the first game of the day. Looks like it's going to be Brighton Rugby versus Salt Lake Valley RHINOS. Brighton to start the game with the kick.
I'm just going to
Received well by the RHINOS.
I'm just going to unplug this whole setup. Because we're just going to do it manually. We'll have to switch the bot. Because 1963
RHINOS under a little bit of pressure right now from that deep kick, but stolen here by Brighton. Brighton going wide, trying to find space. A wide pass there. The speedster in the end. Trying to punch it in, but Brighton there with the support.
I need you focus on this side.
I'll come in really quick here.
Brighton finding some space in the wing, cutting it back inside and coming in for a try. It's number 14 on Brighton. Lonnie with the try. Great work there by Brighton, kicking it deep. RHINOS choosing not to counter kick and release some of that pressure, and then Brighton poaching that ball, stealing it quickly, swinging it out wide, keeping the RHINOS on their toes a little bit, and then swinging it side to side, punching it in. Bigelow here with the point after. A little bit of a win there. Looking at northward wind gust. See if it plays a role here in his kick. And he slots it through. Puts Brighton up 7-0. With the RHINOS here to kick.
Oh, I need that. I need those cables. Hold on one second. Just hold them for...
What's the time?
The ball not going 10 meters, so it's going to be a scrum center here for Brighton.
32 now. Oh, it's going up. Here, I'll tell you. I can see it.
So Lonnie's waiting.
I believe this is going to be the first scrum of the day. Awarded to Brighton here.
Let's go, Brighton!
Good push by the Rhinos, but Brighton was able to hook it quickly and get it back out to their backs.
Away!
You guys got this.
Strong running here by Brighton.
Lunny, Emma Lunny, 14.
Great job by Brighton, number 6, with a strong running. Nonu. A great little kick here by Brighton. And they connect with their wing. But it looks like the line judge saw something different.
Are they calling it?
Almost ran really fast. Did it knock on?
The head judge going over to the line judge. He's calling a knock-on on Brighton, so it's going to be a scrum here for the Rhinos. Rhinos bailed out, but great idea out there by Brighton. Noticing that, the Rhinos back through their wing and their fullback were a little forward, and so nice kick there, but fortunately weren't able to connect. Rhinos still under a lot of pressure. There's still an opportunity for Brighton to attack. Let's see what Rhinos do here to relieve that pressure. Good push there by Brian. Still pushing. Well, it looks like the referee didn't like what he saw, so he's having him reset.
No, because someone inside, I want to see. I can see everything.
I'm keeping this car now.
Tell me what the time is.
Resetting once again.
29, 25.
Scrum is arguably one of the more dangerous set pieces here. The referee wants to make sure that everything is squared away. Shoulders are even, good connection. He wasn't seeing everything that he liked, so he would have him reset. But it looks like a penalty was awarded to Brian. They're going to go with a quick tap here, just to punch it in. And he punches it in for a try. Don't know who scored that. It looks like I can see it. I just got to have him turn around for me. But great work, heads up play there by Brighton. Noticing the penalty was awarded to them, and then just quickly tapping it and punching it in.
I really can't do that.
Okay, John Jones.
Still waiting for him to turn around for me.
Wait, did you say Lunny? Oh no, and Jimmy got it?
No, it's cover.
My bad.
Cover.
My bad.
I'm hearing Kava with the try. Just punching it in.
No, Vinny.
Here's Bluegill with the point after.
Just before you leave, since this...
Makes good connection, good distance, and he slots it. Sure had a little assistance there by the wind. It was favorable for him. Puts it at 14-0 for Brighton.
Are either of them actually connected, or do I have to manually change them?
You'll have to manually input the time at the second period. Or your click period. There you go. So now you're in the first period. And then whenever the period changes.
Rhinos here to restart after the try from Brighton here.
Second period, you'll re-enter the time and hit start. And then otherwise,
It's a good kick there. Contested well by the Rhinos, and they steal it. Brighton on defense here, almost for the first time today. Strong running here by the Rhinos, putting some pressure on Brighton. It's number 8 for the Rhinos. Fotu. Swinging out right, finding a little bit of space. Rhinos happy to go and do a little bumping. Number 13 from the Rhinos, finding a little bit of space there. Putting a step on.
What's up, Vinny?
Rhinos trying to find space out wide, but Brighton doing well to defend it.
Not releasing.
Brighton putting some pressure there on the Rhinos. Not as much support as they may have liked. Looks like that Brighton was able to get over the ball there and force a penalty on the Rhinos. So big one here for the kick for touch.
Good kick, Vinny!
Great kick there, so it's going to be a line out here, the midway point for Brighton.
We're sitting by our... Hey, girl, what's her last name?
Line out there by Brian.
Go bench! Okay. Go bench!
Brian finding a lot of space here. Looks for his support, but decides to take it in. Little turf monster. Rhinos happy to defend the big man. Looks like Rhinos called for offsides. It's going to be a penalty awarded to Brian.
Go, Lonnie. Behind the kicker.
Brighton kicks for touch, and they find it, so it's going to be a line out here. The great attacking platform for Brighton.
Don't take your time. Hey, they're going to go jammer. Let's go.
And the back throw. The fake maul to one of their forwards here, the hooker. Great running there by Brighton. Number 2 with the try. Kava. Punching it in.
You make it sound like this,
There's a great play there by Brian, faking that maul in the line out, because usually, when you're that close to the try line, you expect a maul to come. But Brian, faked that maul, sucked in the Rhinos defense a little bit, and their forwards, and then squeaked it out of the side. Great job.
Hey, let's go. Wake up. Yo, man. Yo. Come here, bro.
Bigelow here with the point after. Right in front of the posts, an easy 2 points. 2 points. Puts it to 21-0 for Brian.
That's why you should have done it.
Rhinos here with a contestable ball out. And still in there by the Rhinos. See if they can capitalize on it here. Rhinos with some space outside. It looks like the Rhinos lost the ball there. Excuse me, Brighton lost the ball there, so it's going to be an advantage here for the Rhinos. Strong running there by the Rhinos here. Great offload there. So Brighton caught with the hands in. not releasing the tackler there, so Rhinos with an opportunity to attack here, awarded penalty and kicks for touch. And the Rhinos now able to have an opportunity to attack.
I think it's from Mana.
Jama here with the throw-in.
Yeah, it tastes like better today. It's good. It's like hose water. Yeah, it tastes like hose water.
What is that play on?
Contested well there by Brighton, but Rhinos able to haul that in. Fortunately, Rhinos knocked it on, so it's going to be a scrum here for Brighton. The Rhinos had a great opportunity there, but unfortunately a mental mistake stifles that now. We'll see how they recover here on defense. So hopefully maybe trying to push that scrum and steal the ball here. Looks like there's some stoppage. One of the Rhino players with some jewelry that needs to be taken off just for safety reasons, and also probably don't want to ruin the jewelry. Brighton here with a split lineup. Strong push here by the Rhinos, but Brighton able to hook that.
Kick, Vinny.
Big away with a kick. Putting some pressure on the back three of the Rhinos with a counter kick. Counter ruck there by the Rhinos.
Go, Phil!
Brighton finding some space out wide with a few steps. Continuing to just churn his legs, breaking tackles here. Brighton finding some space out wide, and the big man, number 8, on the wing. Brighton had an opportunity to attack here as a wing on the 8-man. I believe that's Fotu on the wing as the 8-man. It looks like the wing defended that well. Unfortunately, I can't see exactly what happened from my position, so I'm going to have to go to the camera, but it looks like the referee is awarding a penalty to Brighton.
Come on!
The Rhinos held up Brighton. It's going to be a scrum here. Great defense by the Rhinos. Brighton had one of their strong runners coming in on a really strong line there, but a good team tackle there by the Rhinos allowed them to stop that. So great job by the Rhinos. Looks like it's going to be actually a free kick from the goal line. Not an ideal kick there by the Rhinos. Brian finding his space out wide. Great defense there by the Rhinos to tackle Brighton out of bounds. It's going to be a line out for the Rhinos. We'll go with a quick line out here. Caught Brighton sleeping, relieved some pressure. I would assume the Rhinos would try to exit. A nice line break there. The Rhinos awarded the penalty. Brighton not rolling away.
His transition, and you just hit that, and it does it. Okay. Do you have headphones?
I do not.
What?
The Rhinos not able to find touch. It's going to be a line out there for Brighton. Excuse me, they're calling for a scrum here for, unless Brighton opts for a scrum. Looks like Brighton does get awarded that. They push there by the Rhinos, but Brighton hooks it.
Go Paige!
Great move there by Brighton, finding some space, number 15. And Brighton, great support by their backs there, clean up that ruck, but Rhinos trying to counter it. Fortunately, in their hurry there, Brighton, I believe, knocked it on, lost the ball. So the Rhinos steal it here. The nice box kick to relieve that pressure.
Nate, do not go backwards.
And Brighton trying to do a nice little drop kick there for some cheeky 3 points. Unfortunately, doesn't connect. Looks like there's going to be some stoppage here by the ref.
In state last year, like the first 2 minutes, I think they submitted his shoulder.
Looks like there's going to be a 22-meter drop kick.
Oh, Nate, you also did. Go, Lonnie! Stay in, Lonnie!
An ideal kick there by the Rhinos. So, but that was unfortunately going to be a dangerous tackle. You are able to pick up a player. However, when you are trying to tackle them, at any point their shoulders go past their feet, it's considered a dangerous dump tackle. So the referee is going to give them a penalty there. Looks like he's calling offsides. It's going to be a line out here for Brighton.
Turn it face! Turn it face! Turn it face down!
Overthrown there by Brighton.
Lonnie! Hello!
Great run by the Rhinos.
No, use it! Don't kick it! Use it! Use it! Hey, use it means runnable. Play! Off! Off! Hey, gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go!
I tried to, like, I thought I went up and I went in the hospital.
Half the times in that game where I missed the tackle, it's because
It's going to be a line out here for the Rhinos. Rhinos going to the front jump, but was stolen by Brighton. Brighton kicking it back out. Leaves some of that pressure. Received well there by the Rhinos. Great line break here. Nice support. Nice little offload. Continuity. Rhinos having an opportunity to attack. They're finding space out wide to number 11. It dots it down for a try. That's going to be Dax Nielsen with the try. Great counterattack there by the Rhinos. Brian looking to put some pressure on him with a kick. And then unfortunately with their chase, weren't able to connect with any of the tackles there. And then just great offloading there by the Rhinos. Continuity keeping Brighton, backpedaling. And then finding that space out wide and punching it in.
Hey, let's go, wake up, let's go!
Brighton winning that scrum there. Great tackle there by the Rhinos. Brighton under a lot of pressure right now. Ball squeaks out. Rhinos with the counterattack here. Rhinos just being patient with it. Just taking it an inch at a time. Looks like advantage was being called there, so it's going to be offsides by Brighton. Rhinos getting ever closer. And it looks like Brighton was awarded a penalty here. Stifles the Rhinos' attack. I would assume Brighton here just relieving as much pressure as they can. Maybe not necessarily going for a line out. Looks like they do. Ball almost hit the commentary crew right over our heads. This is going to be a line out here for Brighton. Probably looking for a safe throw in here, keeping it maybe in their front jump, kicking it out to forwards, and then a quick little relief kick here. But anything could happen here. Let's see. Oh, unfortunately, Brian with the overthrow. So the throw is not straight.
Let's go, hustle, hustle.
Oh, it wasn't straight.
The referee is on his own time here.
Come. Coach.
Looks like the referee's going to have a conversation with one of the coaches. Just having a moment with the coaches here, talking about the standards that need to be kept here in the rugby pitch.
Come now, let's go.
You know, the referee just making sure that he has that control on the field of respect, making sure that, you know, though they are battling it on the field, to keep it as respectful as possible here. So, referee taking a second to reestablish that. It's going to be Rhinos with the put-in after a not straight throw-in. Rhinos with a great opportunity here to attack. Great hook and going to the weak side here. Great little gap and step put on by number 9, but unfortunately tried to give a nice little offload. Wasn't able to connect. It's going to be a knock on. It's going to be a scrum here for Brighton. Great idea going to that weak side, trying to take advantage of numbers. It looked like it was a 3v2, but then Brighton was able to slow play it a little bit and cause a mistake on Rhino's end. Looks like the Rhinos were able to steal that. Great running there by number 12 for the Rhinos, punching it in. It looks like it is Winston with the dummy and the step, cleaning it up to 10 to 21 for Brighton at the moment.
Hey, do you guys know the score? GoPro mounted. Oh, it's fine. Well, I did not. We're working on getting a Panasonic mounted. We did that. That is the problem. Everything on the camera is full focus and not here, so we're trying to figure that out.
Kanoa with the conversion here.
Is there a delay on the replay recording? Like, can you hit it after they score? Yeah.
Right in front of the post, slots it through, puts it 21 to 12.
It should be like about 10 seconds total. So like, give it like a couple seconds. Here, go into the...
I didn't know that rule. Sorry.
This one.
There's still about 3 minutes left. Oh, I got you, man.
Oh, this guy.
Brighton with a deep kick here.
Just drag it a little wider.
It's a great bounce for Brighton, but the Rhinos able to counter kick against the wind, so probably didn't get as much distance as they would have liked. Brighton counterattacking here, putting that pressure back onto the Rhinos. Stripped by the Rhinos. It's a great opportunity for the Rhinos to counterattack while Brighton's backing up. Fortunately, wasn't able to connect on that pass. It's a knock-on by the Rhinos. So it's going to be a scrum here for Brighton. Though it shows that the time is up on the clock, the referee holds the official time for a different stoppage, right? Talking to the coach if there were any injuries. I believe I heard about 2-3 minutes left in the first half. So Brighton able to maybe score one more time. Brighton on the front foot, but was tackled out of bounds by the Rhinos. And that will end the first half with the score 21 to 12 for Brighton. Welcome back to the second half of this Brighton Salt Lake Valley Rhinos matchup. The score being 21-12 for Brighton, but Rhinos quickly attacking, coming back, see if they can make some moves here in the second half. I think improvements that I'd like to see here from both sides. First being on the Brighton side, making sure that they capitalize on those counterattacks, on those kicks. A lot of times Brighton's been able to kick successfully, but then the Rhinos able to counterattack and break the line quite a bit through missed tackles there from Brighton. On the Rhinos side, when they do have opportunities to attack, make sure that they do keep secure of the ball, keep the ball secure, and eliminate the knock-ons that have stifled the field of their attacking platforms. Here, Rhinos here to attack, putting some pressure on Brighton.
Oh, come on, Nate.
Rhinos here just giving it to their forwards, happy to suck in Brighton's defense, but Rhinos trying to go quick out of that ruck there. Unfortunately, as he was trying to do so, maybe a little too quick, a foot or hand got in the way and unfortunately knocked it on. So it's going to be a scrum here for Brighton. Strong initial push there by Brighton, but then countered well by the Rhinos. Maybe a little bit too much rotation, too much movement there, so the referee is going to call that for a restart. Once again, a lot of it is just to be safe. You noticed either there wasn't a good shoulder-to-shoulder connection, or there wasn't a good bind, or an uneven platform. So just for the safety of the players, he's going to reset. Brighton with that split back once again. Finding a lot of space out wide, but great defense there by the Rhinos. Dragging him out of bounds. This will be a line out there for the Rhinos. But a new rule there in play. You can't drag players out once they've been successfully tackled and then dragging them out of bounds. Something that used to be able to happen, but fairly new rule that's been updated. It's going to be a line out here for the Rhinos after the kick for touch. Great line out there by Brighton.
Go game!
Brighton finding some space out wide. Great offload. He's going to look for some support here from his teammates, but it looks like the Rhinos may have gotten there. Nope. Looks like Brighton was able to quickly grab that ball out of the ruck. So the advantage being played for Brighton.
Get in there!
Brighton just moving it in with their forwards, sticking close to the ruck here. It's going to go back to that advantage. Referee stopping the clock here to have a conversation with the Rhinos. Looking for the captain. Looks like Brighton's looking to quick tap and punch it in with one of their forwards. It looks like he punches it in. A few steps there. The Rhinos not able to connect on any of those tackles. It's going to be a try there. Look for a number on who scored. Looks like he's going to be 26-12 with a conversion here soon. Bigelow with the conversion here. Kicking against the wind. He's going to try to put a little extra oomph behind it to slot it through. Though it's probably center of the goal post here, maybe a little bit to the right. Should be able to slot it through. Wind definitely played a role there. A little bit to the right there. Doesn't convert, so it's going to keep that score at 26-12. Rhinos here to restart. Rhinos kicking it short, trying to put some pressure on Brighton on the contest for the ball. Brighton smartly smacks it backwards to relieve some of that pressure, but unfortunately, Rhinos on the front foot were able to get that pressure right back onto Brighton, and Brighton knocked it on. So it's going to be a scrum here for, oh, excuse me. It's going to be a penalty on the Rhinos. I wonder if it's a failure to wrap tackle there. It may have forced the knock on. So Brighton opts to kick for touch. It's going to be a line out here for Brighton. There's a great line out there by Brighton. Brighton spinning it out wide, but unfortunately knocked the ball on. It's going to be a scrum here for the Rhinos. Scrums in the middle of the field are always a great attacking platform. You're able to split your backs to attack from either the left or the right side. Put some extra pressure on the defense there. I know that I never liked defending on a split lineup, so it puts it on a lot less help. They can go either side. Referee didn't like how far away scrum was being set up. Their forward packs were being set up, so he's having them get a little closer, get a little stronger of a connection there, stronger platform. Scrum half noticed that, it wasn't a very good platform, so he looks to the ref. The referee starts once again. Potentially an early push there, which if it happens again, would be a short arm or free kick awarded. We'll see what happens here. Strong push there by the Rhinos. The Rhinos looking for a little through kick there. Great speed there by the Rhinos. Picks it up. Great offload. But was stolen there by Brighton. And then relieves that pressure with a kick. But Rhinos, unfortunately, they were able to counterattack there, but weren't able to connect on that. It's going to be a knock-on. It's going to be a scrum awarded to Brighton. think the Rhinos knew that there was an opportunity to attack here on this close side, but unfortunately, we saw how much space there was, took his eye off the ball for a second there, and unfortunately knocked it on.
Go Paige!
Brighton with a great move, finding a lot of space, looking for support, finds it in Bigelow with a great pass out wide to the speedster wing. Number 14 puts on a step, cuts it back inside, but great tackle there by the Rhinos. It's going to be a knock on Brighton. Great defense there by the Rhinos to save that try there. But great attacking move by Brighton, manipulating the defensive line of the Rhinos and finding that gap. Pressure still isn't relieved there by the Rhinos quite yet. Having a scrum this close to your own try zone is never fun. You'd expect that the Rhinos would do a few short passes, short moves here, keep it close, and then dish it out to their scrum half, but unfortunately knocks it on. It's going to be a scrum here for Brighton now. It's that pressure, even though they do have that put in for the scrum, being so close, like I said, to that try zone, pressure's not relieved quite yet. We can see here that the pressure got to him and unfortunately knocked it on. Brighton with the put in. Big 8-man picks it and goes. Strong running against the back here. But the Rhino is able to take him down. Brighton sees some space out wide, exploits it, and punches that in. I think that was number 11 for Brighton. That try was Gabriel Bloomfield with the try. I mean, that was a great try there by the winger on Brighton. However, I feel like it was, set up by the 8-man, sucking in that defense, taking 3 or 4 defenders down with him, which allowed, which forced the Rhinos to overcompensate on the inside, right? Because you have to make sure the inside gaps are taken care of, which allowed a lot more space to be, given on the outside. And Brighton noticed that quickly, spun it out wide, and they were able to punch it in. So a really great team try there. Bigelow with the conversion here. Hits the crossbar, punches it in against the wind. Great kick there. Puts it to 31-12 for Brighton. You can only think back to the times when you would always play before or after practice, the crossbar challenged. See how many times you could, how far out you could kick the hit the crossbar with the ball. And it looks like Bigelow probably had a lot of practice with that one. Rhinos to kick, going for a high short kick, trying to steal that. It went 10 yards or meters and then it went back. It looks like the Rhinos were able to recover that. Rhinos being patient, trying to secure their ruck.
Lenny, back up!
Rhinos trying to get something going there with their offloads, but it looks like one of their players wasn't ready for it, so they're going to knock it on. It's going to be a scrum here for Brighton. So Fele Hansen with the put in. Brighton finding some space out wide. But it looks like they were tackled into touch. So it's going to be a line out here for the Rhinos.
I don't have a mic to tell him that, so I signal as best as I can. And if he doesn't see me, he just passes by, but trying to acknowledge it.
The Rhinos with the throw in here. Looks like their forwards are conferring as to what move they'd like to do. There's certain plays, which jumper needs to be jumping. I don't know if they're going to go front, middle, or back. Just having the conversation now strategically.
Gentlemen, just want you to know that the cameras and the audio, right? So please watch your mouths and be appropriate.
Okay, stolen there by Brighton. Great job. It's going to be a wide pass there by Brighton. Great quick pass and great hands there by number 13. Just finding some space. Great switch there by Brighton. Now they just need that support. But stolen there by the Rhinos. Rhinos now on the front foot.
Lundy, get back.
It's going to be a knock on there by the Rhinos. It's going to be a scrum here for Brighton.
Nice, Lenny.
It's Fele Hansen with the put-in. Brighton finding a little bit of space with his speedster out the wing. Great support there by Brighton, just making sure, but stolen there by the Rhinos. Unfortunately, a penalty awarded to Brighton.
Not 10.
Try to go with a quick tap. I think the referee, stopping it because the Rhinos weren't 10 meters or at least on the goal line.
Hey Josh, do you make one with like the water the most water? Go cover!
Brighton securing their ruck here. We're going to just go with their forwards, inching ever closer, trying to suck in the Rhinos' defense. Nice dummy there by Bigelow, finding some space and punching it in for a try. Great attack there by Brighton, securing their ruck, making sure that they have that ball security. Then moving it in with their forwards, sucking in the Rhinos' defense, and then kicking it back out to their backs, catching the Rhinos, sleeping a little bit, giving a little dummy to even spread out the Rhinos defense a little bit more and then finding that gap by Bigelow. So great job.
Oh yeah, 14. Dude, give me some, man. Thanks, bro. Got lit up a couple times.
Bigelow with the conversion. And he converts, bringing it to 40-12 for Brighton.
As long as you fall on the other page. If you guys are looking for more water, right on the other side of this building is a hose.
Rhinos to kick. Received well by Brighton, but Rhinos there quickly to make that tackle. Ball's on the ground. I don't think that Brighton was ready for that one. The Rhinos here trying to get on the front foot. But Brighton able to secure that ruck. Not an ideal kick there for Brighton, trying to relieve some pressure. Even worse bounce, but it looks like Brighton was able to recover. Looks like number 2 for the Rhinos called for not wrapping, gives him a yellow card.
What do you have an AR for? No rapping. Let's go, Bengals. No rapping, Mock.
So it looks like after the yellow, Brighton here to kick for touch.
Don't say he's reffing. That's not reffing. No rapping. Like when you tackle, no rep. Not no rep. No rep. You should no rapping. Let's go, Bengals.
Brighton here with the throw in.
Go Bengals!
Brighton connects with that, but unfortunately the throw a little backwards, but taken well by Bigelow. With that number advantage, Brighton smartly takes it out wide. A little bit of a dangerous tackle there. He's going to call for maybe, looks like he's going for another red card. So he's giving a red card here for the Rhinos for dangerous tackle there. It was a dangerous tackle, quickly giving him that red card.
Hell yeah, Shelly! Support!
Brent here on the attack
Nice pace!
with a 2-man advantage here. Brian trying to get the ball out quickly, unfortunately knocked it on. After the knock-on, it's going to be a put-in here for the Rhinos.
Let's go, Bengals! Finish the game! Okay, stop. over out there.
Hooked well there by the Rhinos. Great attacking platform. Finding some space out wide. Putting on the Jets there in a step. Finding his offload. Connects. Tags with no support, but drops the ball. Picks it back up. Brighton smartly tackles out of bounds. Looks like advantage was being played here.
So just make sure you guys check in with
Ducky, watch out. Let me see.
There's a quick tap giving it to their forward here.
You guys have to be back here.
Hey, what? Get back.
Everybody plays the same over.
Rhinos trying to just punch it in, getting so close. Trying for an offload there. Fortunately didn't connect.
Gentlemen, just because Lucas is the ball boy, you guys got to come on this side, guys. The three who are coming to check in, you guys come out.
Are you guys subbing it though?
The referee having some words here with the Rhinos.
How much? Go, Taki! Go, Taki!
Trevor, it looks like we'll need a tripod.
The referee having some more words here with both teams. Both teams' captains. Captains play as that communication link between the rest of the team. As captains, their responsibility to make sure that their teammates are being respectful to the opposition, to the referee. And the referee needed to reset those expectations once again.
Bro. Hey. Easy. Easy. No, you good.
Looks like here it's going to be a scrum. I think it was awarded to Brighton. And here, if I were Brighton, I would really just try to, run out the time. The playoffs, still have a few more games. Don't want any injuries. So they want to make sure that, their players stay safe. Make sure there's no injuries before their big game.
Are you going to play in there? I'm down. I want to play. I know Coach Bill's going I just hope they'll say Lizzie to Genesis for day 9.
All right, Brighton relieves a kick, or relieves with a kick. It's going to be a line out here for the Rhinos.
I don't know, but I heard they got smacked.
Rhinos go with a quick line out, but unfortunately, because one of their Brighton was already marking that spot, they're not able to do a quick line out anymore. They have to make sure that they give an opportunity to match numbers, and I don't think the Rhinos were allowing that to happen. So, going to bring it back.
guys were going, but the mom said no. What dance? It was at the Pioneer dance in Glendale. I thought you were there.
Rhinos going with a front throw in, but unfortunately knocked it on. It's going to be a line out here for Brighton.
Zach, come check in.
Oh, okay.
Let's go, Zach. Stick Phil, sure? Stick Phil out. Are you sure? If you got up, it wasn't bad. Okay, if you got up, it was yeah, that's not bad. Okay, if you got hit, it like, sit down. Okay, that's bad. Okay, okay.
Looks like another penalty there on the Rhinos. A kick for touch. Both teams making substitutions, and it looks like that yellow card back in. Line out here for Brighton.
Hey, Coach Blake. Good game. My bad for the game, brother. I'm not comfortable with going like this, right? I know, but you gotta get comfortable with your coach. You know what I'm saying?
I think it might be on the other side.
So, hey, you should have seen it.
Looks like it was stolen there by the Rhinos. Rhinos trying to throw it out wide, but unfortunately weren't able to connect. Stolen there by Brighton. A little bit of a fun there. Brighton trying to just go for cheeky 3 points. Wasn't able to connect. Kicks it to the back of the try zone, so it's going to be a 22-meter drop, I believe.
Jason!
22-meter blocked by forward pack of Brighton.
Lower!
Rhinos keeping their legs running, but it looks like Brighton trying to strip the ball. Tackle was made. Brighton needs to release that, so it's going to be an advantage for the Rhinos. But Brighton just getting into the face of the Rhinos very quickly, not really allowing them to get any kind of forward momentum here.
Nice pitch!
Strong running there by the Rhinos. And some offloads, but Brighton is relentless in their defensive attack.
Hey, forwards working!
Rhinos moving in with their forwards, trying to second the defense, but breaking the line here is the Rhinos, putting Brighton on the back foot here a little bit. And strong running by the big man, number 25. Brighton trying to steal the ball, but did it illegally. Looks like it's diving in. It's a quick tap by the Rhinos. but was tackled out of bounds by Brighton, so it's going to be a line out here for Brighton.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That was Sunday night. Number 14. Holy brother. So silly, stop talking. Go, Mason.
Looks like a yellow card was given there on Brighton. It's going to be sitting in the sin bin. What's the end of the game here? I believe that time should carry over to the next game.
What, PC show Thursday or Friday? What was the yellow card? No, yes, sir. You got a yellow card.
I believe that evens out the teams 14-14. Rhinos here knocking on the door.
Take me. Take number 18.
There's a nice little play there. Finding a little bit of gap there.
Go side!
Great attack there, and it was a try for number 15 for the Rhinos. And that is going to be number 15, finding him on the roster, Dominic. Punching it in, finding that space out wide. Puts the score to 40-17. A few more minutes remaining, if any at all, with that conversion coming up with Kanoa. Trying to add an extra 2 points to the scoreboard.
Oh, hell no. It's that shit, fella. Good stuff. Nice, fella.
How much more time is in the game?
Oh, you guys got a game?
Slots it through. And it looks like the referee's calling game right there with our score 42-19. Great job by both teams. Brighton will be advancing. The Rhinos had a great season. But we will see you next time. My name is Colin with Game On Live Studio, and I will see you soon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second match of the day. My name is Coleman with Game On Live Studios. We're here to watch the Bear River versus Wasatch game here. Looks like Wasatch to start the game with the kick. Recovered well there by Bear River. It looks like a penalty was awarded to Wasatch. It looks like it was a knock-on, so it's going to be a scrum for Wasatch. Wasatch in the black and yellow. Bear River in the gray and black camo. Good push there by Bear River, but hooked well by Wasatch, getting into their back line on the front foot, but great tackle there by Bear River. The counter ruck by Bear River, getting that momentum that they need to start off this game. Strong running here. Unfortunately, trying to stay on that front foot comes with its consequences. Knocks it on. It's going to be a scrum here for Wasatch.
Nolan, tell the pods they're too close. They need to back up. Thank you.
You might have to redo your transition. I did not realize that you could not have two at a time. Well, you can. You just have to. You can put a quick
Wasatch to put it in. Juan puts that in. It looks like it was stolen there by Bear River. Number 8 man taking it down the sideline, trying to punch it in, and he does. Bear River, number 8, Brandon Witt with the try.
Holy crud. To the middle.
Bear River not stifled by the mistakes of a knock-on. They were able to quickly steal that ball from the scrum and goes to that weak side with their 8 man, putting on a few fends and to punch it in.
Yeah, I saw that too. Okay, that's why the ball was behind him. That's all right. We're doing good. Hey, tell them to relax. Okay, first one's done. Let's relax. We'll take 10. 10 is good.
Difficult angle here for Bear River, against the wind as well. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it quite yet. Puts that score at 5-0.
Jeffy, that's a good swing, baby.
With Wasatch here to restart after the try.
No, he's just doing that one. We're just doing Jeffy right now.
Just make sure I'm getting it right. This button a couple seconds after the try.
Yes.
Wasatch with a high kick, trying to contest that. Unfortunately, Bear River doesn't come down with it, so it's going to be a knock-on. Wasatch to recover that. Looks like advantage is going to be played here. Putting some pressure on Bear River, trying to suck in that defense with the forwards. Bear River on the front foot on defense. Make those positive, great tackles.
You guys are lagging behind. You need to be inside the middle. Yeah, you need to jump sideways.
It's going to be a scrum here for Wasatch. Going back to the advantage being played.
It's your job, not me. Your job looks really boring.
So it's going to be put in by Wasatch. I believe Juan to put it in. Strong push there by Bear River to counter that. And they steal it once again. Bear River moving through the hands, trying to find some space out wide with Speedster, getting it there. Bear River does well to secure that ruck, and then swinging it back out again. Finding a little bit of a gap there. Bear River picking and going. Takes quite a few guys to bring him down. Sucking in that Wasatch defense. Gets back up. Goes with the offload and connects. That continuity is going to be sucking in Wasatch's defense. Look for an attack for the outside. They find a gap on the inside instead, and they dot it down for another try for Bear River. Let's see who that try scorer was here.
Liam! Hey, wait right there. Hey, when the ball's coming to you, sideways.
Trying to get a number for who scored.
Sideways, because if you miss it, then it goes backwards. Okay? Go sideways and bucket it. Okay? They're going to send it to you again.
It was number 7, Dace Bennett, finding a gap and punching it in for a try. Looks like he wasn't able to connect for the conversion, so keeps it at 10-0 for Bear River. Wasatch here to restart. High mid kick. A little bit of a bobble, pulls it in, but then was tackled out of bounds by Wasatch, so it's going to be a line out for Wasatch. Great attacking platform for him. Wasatch throws it in, stolen there by Bear River. Knock-on was called there, so it's advantage being played. But he instead chooses to stop it, so it's going to be a scrum here for Wasatch.
Hey, we're all right.
One for the put-in. Strong push there by Bear River. Stolen once again. Wasatch having to convert from offense to defense. Doing so sometimes cause a few gaps to open up. Bear River just trying to stay on the front foot here
Come back in.
with their offloads, continuity, making sure that they always have that ball moving. See, advantage being played right now for Bear River.
Go down, go down, go down, go down.
Ball going through the hands of one of their forwards. Bear River finding a little bit of a gap here, looking for their support. Gives that offload.
Come on, Finn. Go, Finn. Hey, set it. Yeah. Nice.
Bear River getting that support, swinging it out wide. Putting on a few steps here. Bear River doing well to secure their rucks, make sure there's always some sort of support. Bear River inching ever closer. Wasatch trying to defend. Finding that space out wide and dotting it down is Bear River.
Hey, Lewis, tell him to take as much time. Tell him to kick it at 20 seconds.
Looks like there's an injury here for Wasatch. So I believe they'll stop after this conversion. I think they'll stop play here, just to make sure that player is safe. And another hard angle here for Bear River for that conversion. Wasatch player able to get up, walking a little bit of a limp, but maybe just jogging it off to see if it'll warm up a little bit. And we hope he's okay.
Hey. You're good. Hey, keep working that side of the scrum. It's popping out. You're doing great.
Had the angle, not necessarily the distance. Unfortunately, kicking against that wind is tough. Puts it to 15-0 for Bear River. Wind picking up a little bit in the south, or excuse me, the northern direction, coming from south to the north. Wasatch a little bit of an advantage here when trying to kick it a little deeper, getting behind Bear River's defense. We'll see if they use that to their advantage. But Wasatch here to restart after the try from Bear River. High deep kick. Bear River allowed it to bounce a little bit, but countering here, trying to find some space. Running here by the wing for Bear River.
Good job, Ben.
Bear River giving it to one of their forwards, just punching it up. Bear River finding a little bit more space here once again and punching it in for a try. I believe that's number 7, Dace Bennett. Dotting it down a little closer to the middle of the field to give it an easier kick here for Bear River. Puts the score to 20-0 at the moment with a conversion hereafter. Bear River with the conversion, has the distance and the angle, slots it through. Give him an extra 2 points. Puts the score to 22-0.
Dace, you're higher. Yeah, Dace.
What number is Chase?
What's that? 7. Wasatch with the kick.
Looks like I've given the tries to the wrong person. I believe it's number 2 that's been scoring a few of the tries, Jaden. But it looks like Dace with the conversion. River tackled out of bounds. Wasatch with the line out.
Back him up!
Wasatch with the overthrow, scooped up, almost scooped up there by Bear River. Unfortunately, it was a knock-on. There's going to be a scrum here for Wasatch.
Every time, get your team on sides, please. Thank you.
Wasatch with the put-in. Great steal there by Bear River, hooking that. Wasatch slicing and dicing through the defense right now. But stolen there by Wasatch. Looks like a offload was intercepted. We look to Wasatch to find some space, leave some pressure with a kick. But it looks like there was a knock-on by Wasatch, so it's going to be a scrum right here for Bear River in the center of the field, closer to the center of the field on the 22-meter line. Great opportunity here for Bear River to attack. Looks like they're overloading their far side. Looks like Dace with the pick and go, but was poached there by Wasatch. But unfortunately, I don't think that he released the ball there, or released the tackle. So should be a penalty awarded to Bear River. Number 1 from Bear River, barreling forward. And unfortunately, as he was trying to score that try, it looks like he knocked it on. Let's see here with what they're calling. It looks like they're taking it back to the 22-meter line for a 22-meter drop.
Up on the 22! Up on the 22! Back, back, Finn!
Brager!
Brager, come over. Finn!
This way!
Finn, drop back a little bit. Drop back a little bit. Right there.
Spread out. Finn, come back!
Finn, back!
Wasatch booted over their heads.
Straight up, Jeffy!
The great chase here by Wasatch. Let's see the counterattack by Bear River. Finding a little bit of space. Great fend there to get that offload out. Great counterattack there by Bear River to bring it up close to the 22-meter line. Bear River going to the weak side. Finding a little bit of a gap here. To the center of the try zone. He dots it down for an easy kick. Great try there by Bear River with the counterattack after the 22, giving that support, then just finding and exploiting those gaps that Wasatch was giving them.
Keep it up, baby! Hey, great weak side! Great weak side! Hey, what time are we at?
I believe that was Finlay with the try. Let's see, just get a confirmation for the number.
Set it up, slow it down.
Let's see here.
We can work it.
Yep, number 6 Finlay with the try.
Good call, Nolan.
Dace with the kick, slots it through. Missile going through the goalposts. Puts the score to 27-0. Excuse me, 29-0. Wasatch to restart after the try. A high short kick to contest. Wasn't reeled in there by Bear River, but went backwards, so no knock on there. Bear River giving to one of their forwards, Joshua. Bear River trying to find space, but cutting it back in. Manipulating that Wasatch defense a little bit to suck them in. Finding a little bit of space out wide, see if they use that. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pull it in. Calls a knock on, so advantage being played. It's going to be a scrum awarded to Wasatch. Here with a scrum in the middle of the field here gives you a nice opportunity to just split backs. Lots of options to attack from, giving the defense a little bit more pressure in regards to make sure they cover those numbers. The ball's out quickly here for Wasatch. Dishes it out here to the close side. Ball stolen there by Bear River. Stolen once again by Wasatch. Looks like a knock-on advantage being played. See what Wasatch does with this advantage here. Pushing it in with their forwards, trying to suck in the Bear River defense. Ball was stripped, but advantage was still being played. Referee didn't see that any advantage was given, so it's going to take it all the way back. Wasatch, great kick for touch there. Wind carrying it a little bit, so it's going to be a line out here for Wasatch.
Let's go.
Enoch here with the throw-in. Close to the try line. Let's see what they do here. Overthrown, unfortunately. Recovered here by Bear River.
The good news is that it saves the replay transition on the stream day. So you should just
Bear River with the counterattack. Bear River finding a little bit of a gap here, exploiting that. Running down the center of the field, looking for support, but going to outrun the fullback. It's going to be another try here for number 2, Jaden. Putting on the burners and scoring a try here for Bear River.
Nice work, Jaden!
I believe it's a hat trick there for Jaden.
Keep up the support! Keep up the support! Keep the hustle
Putting on a clinic here at the hooker position.
Always got one more!
It's always great to see the speed from the hookers.
Good job, baby! Jaden, you splash? Is that good?
Fortunately, did not make that conversion. Keeps that score at 34-0. Wasatch here once again to restart. About 9-10 minutes left in the half. Wasatch with a low short kick, received well there by Joshua. Strong running there, strips the ball, but was recovered. River seeing advantage numbers here. Trying to swing it out wide, nice little offload there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect on that pass there. Ball goes into touch, so it's going to be a line out for Wasatch, but I'm wondering if they're trying to discuss whether it was a knock-on or a... Let's see what they're calling here. There's going to be a line out here for Bear River, so it looks like the ball was stripped. And then the ball touched Wasatch and went out of bounds. So looks like it's going to be a line out for Bear River here. Looks like there's going to be a sub here. Injury sub, most likely. It's going to be on the ref's time now. You must see something there like a blood sub or something.
Correct. Right there.
Time back on by the ref.
Hey, pass it on down. We need support. Jaden's all by herself. He's going to need support. Okay, make sure we support him all the way down the field.
Well, maybe time still not on for the ref. All right, looks like the game's getting back on. It's getting line out for Bear River. Nice little middle jump there, tipped by Wasatch, almost got it there. Looks like they're going to call not straight on the throw-in. So it's going to be, I believe they're going to opt for a scrum here. This looks like what Wasatch was signaling. No, instead, going for a line out. Wasatch overthrows once again. Great heads-up play there by Wasatch to kick it. Great chase. It's a foot race. Oh, great recovery there by Wasatch to scoop that ball up. Bear River on the back foot. Let's see if Wasatch is quick enough here on the reset. Moving with their forwards, sucking in that defense, making sure they stay in. Wasatch has a lot of space out wide. Bear River trying to cycle out. But in their desperation, Bear River committing a penalty there. Number 8 from Wasatch. Quick taps and bumps Bear River. Wasatch on the front foot here. Unfortunately, a penalty knock-on was called. So it's going to be a scrum here for Bear River. It was a double knock, but they always go for the first one, which Bear River. This scrum wheel, or collapsed. So they're just going to restart here. Well, looks like it's a put in here for Wasatch. Apologies for my mistake earlier. So Wasatch put in. Great attacking platform for him. Great push there by Bear River, but Wasatch able to hook that and scoop it up, but unfortunately tried to pick it up and knocked it on. Bear River on the front foot here, trying to find some space out wide. Intercepted by Wasatch. Great read, number 8. Trying to find that support though. Great offload to continue that play, to wait for that support. The support does get there. Advantage being played for Wasatch. Wasatch very sucked in right now. Maybe just trying to keep their forwards in play, inching ever closer. Great strong counter ruck there by Bear River, but it looks like diving in. Quick tap there by Wasatch. Caught Bear River sleeping, and they punch it in for a try. Number 8 for Wasatch. Enoch punching it in. Great heads-up play there by Wasatch, making sure that they had secured that ball, secured the ruck, had a nice offload to continue that play because he knew that support wasn't there quite yet. That offload bought just enough time for the rest of the support to get there, and Wasatch moving in with their forwards, sucking in Bear River's defense, and then Bear River committing a penalty and doing a nice little quick top there. So great job for Wasatch, putting some points on the board with the conversion to follow. Here, close with a few minutes left in the half. Wind picking up, coming from south to the north. He's going to carry this ball quite a bit. See if we can get under it. Put an extra 2 points on the board. Wind carries it, dots it through, adds an extra 2 points, puts that score at 34-7 for Bear River.
They didn't get the instructions.
Bear River here to restart.
Find a kicker.
Jeffrey here with the kick, low, deep kick here. Taken well there by Wasatch. Wasatch trying to find some space out wide. They do have a numbers advantage here. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect. It's going to be a knock-on by Wasatch, so it's going to be a scrum here for Bear River.
Oh, I see you. Next to the kill bike.
Number 9 for Bear River with the put-in, Owen Rivers. The 8-man picking and going around that weak side. Bear River needing to get that support. They find it. But Wasatch with some nice positive, great tackles there. Bear River cutting it back inside. Finding some space. Nice little offload there. Wasatch trying to counteract, but Bear River able to get that support where they need it. The time has run out. However, the official has his real time. He did have a few stops for some injuries. So we're on his time now, with Bear River driving ever so close, inching closer and closer with their forwards, doing nice little hammers. And as they suck in, Wasatch's defense swinging out wide, finding a little bit of a gap here is number 10 from Bear River. Nolan punching it in for an extra 5 points right before the end of the half. Bear River here with the conversion, getting an extra 2 points. Attempting to get an extra 2 points is here is Dace. Fortunately, kicking against the wind there. Pushed it a little left, wasn't able to convert. Like I said, on referee's time here, so looks like he's going to call the half. And it's the first half. So thank you so much for joining us today with Game On Live Studio for the first half of Wasatch vs. Bear River. We will see you soon. Welcome back to the second half of the Majestics versus the Rhinos.
I would run off this mainly.
Looks like here the Rhinos were awarded a penalty. They're going to go kick for touch here. Like they found touch. Actually, it did go straight out of the back of the try zone, so it's going to be a scrum for the Majestics.
Yeah, I think it looks just as good down here.
Majestics with the put in here.
Knees down! Check it right now! Knees down! Yes, yes, yes! Check it!
Majestics moving it down there. Well, they tried to move it down their back line, but great defense there by the Rhinos. Majestics finding a little bit of a gap and exploiting it. Bursting down the field is the number 10 for the Majestics. Great continuity with the offload. We're off to the races here. Down the sidelines is the Majestics. And they break that line and start the half really the best way possible with a try.
Lowering canopy, this goes for full field. Lowering canopy is just going to help you with range coverage, what might weigh more. Okay.
Hold on. What's going to let you know?
Especially just because of how windy it is, it's going to start blowing sideways.
Yeah, I can see multitasking written all over. Oh, that's even better. See that tread?
Majestics here with the drop kick conversion. No good. Keeps our score at 41-20. Rhinos here to restart after the try by the Majestics.
Hey, they have the wind now, so the ball's going to travel farther.
If the ball comes to your side, you gotta be there. Chase it.
Go get the ball.
Go get the ball.
Get the ball. Get the ball.
If you get this way, get the ball.
Go back, Leah. Behind the kicker.
Rhinos there with a deep kick. Penalty awarded to the Majestics. Rhinos slowed it back up. I would assume all of them offsides. They were, so he's going to give him another 10 meters. Majestics finding a little bit of a gap with the go-forward ball. Rhinos having to back up continually, just for this Majestic strong running here.
Go up! Nice!
Great contact, great defense there by the Rhinos. Majestic's finding another gap here. Going to score another try underneath the goalpost. putting our score to 46-0.
Check in, check in.
Luca! 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 Come back! Oh, Shaggy. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Phil. Sorry. Oh, my. Okay. I know you guys don't. I think we don't have. We only have one sub, but I don't know if you're going. But she's Shaggy, right? Thank you.
Taylor, take it to yellow boots. Calling us out.
You need some of that. Oh, here's the rubber. We need to just run faster now.
I'm gonna yell it out for you. I got you.
I'm right here, bro.
The conversion is no good, keeping our score at 46-0. Excuse me, 48-0. Conversion was good.
Kayla, yellow boots.
Yellow boots.
Calling it out. Let's go.
Oh, you hit that.
This side, this side.
Monica, when you get the ball, hold on to it. Don't let them take it from you. Hold it. Catch it, son.
Rhinos here with the restart. Short low kick. Another break. Trying to find some gaps here. But Rhinos still on defense, trying to stop any offensive attack Majestics bring forward.
Yes!
Your offsides called on the Rhinos. Majestics go for a quick tap.
Nicely! Take the ball! Oh my god, they don't want to contest. Pull her!
There's going to be a penalty here. Penalty on the Majestics.
Use it! My forehead is burning. What's the kick, Raven?
Kayla, this way! Kayla!
This way, Raven!
They kick for touch. Doesn't find touch. Goes right to one of the Majestics players who recovers.
Walker! Nicely! Wow!
It's going to be a knock-on the Majestics. It's going to be a scrum for the Rhinos.
Don't watch her, just come get the ball.
It's getting hot as now.
Catch it, Rhino!
I wish. I should have.
Kayla! Kayla, right behind!
Someone stole it.
It's going to be the Rhinos put in.
Knees down, knees down, knees down!
Strong push there by the Majestics, but it looks like the Rhinos were able to hook it. It's going to be a short arm penalty awarded to the Rhinos, so it's going to be a free kick.
Tap and go!
And they go with the tap and go.
Running!
Follow! Get them! Love
It's going to be high tackle called on the Majestics. It's going to be a penalty awarded to the Rhinos. Do a little quick tap, give it to their forwards.
You're ready now!
Majestic swinging the ball, or the Rhinos swinging the ball up. A little bit of a gap seen there by the Rhinos. Great team tackle there by the Majestics. Rhinos going to this weak side. You have some numbers. Trying to find some space. Rhinos looking for some space. Rhinos here on the front foot, but the Majestics trying to contest the ruck. They're playing advantage there, so it's going to be a penalty awarded to the Rhinos.
Stop yelling.
The Rhinos find touch, so it's going to be a line out for the Rhinos. Close to the try line. See if they can punch it in here.
Come on, Rhino!
The Rhinos with the throw in here. See if they do a maul. So able to haul it in. It does get dished out to the back line. Ball goes backwards there. Ball still moving forward. Rhinos securing their ruck. Ball's back on the ground again. Rhinos working hard, trying to get a try, get some points on the board here before time expires. Looks like the Majestics steal the ball there. Trying to relieve some of that pressure. Look for maybe a relief kick here. Yep, there's that relief kick. There's a counterattack by the Rhinos. Picked up by the Majestics. Fortunately, calls it a knock-on. It's going to be a scrum for the Rhinos. It's going to be time off for an injury. We will report back after everything's kind of been resolved. We can continue on. Thank you once again for joining us. And we are back, joining you today. About 20 minutes left in the game here. Score 48-0. Restarting this game with a scrum. It's going to be a RHINOS put in.
Yes, Kayla! Yes, Bobby!
RHINOS with a great little run here. Getting ever closer to putting points on that board. It's going to be offside, or not rolling away there, called on the Majestics. So penalty awarded to the RHINOS. Majestics are awarded a, well, actually I take that back. Yep. The Majestics awarded a penalty. I believe the RHINOS got called for leaving their feet, or not supporting their feet, or their weight on the ruck. So Majestics here breaking the line a little bit. Great coverage there by the Majestics, or by the RHINOS. Technical difficulties there. It looks like the Majestics punch it in for another try. With that conversion, it takes our score to 55-0 with RHINOS here to restart. A low middle kick here. Seagull by the Majestics. So a penalty awarded to the RHINOS.
Oh, wow! Run, Kayla! The
Ball poached by the Majestics, and a penalty awarded to the Majestics. Looks like another injury on the field, so we will get back to you once she has been checked, make sure everything's okay. We'll be right back. Everything looks okay there, so play will resume. The penalty awarded to the Majestics. Majestics. Field pushed down the field. There's some space outside, trying to utilize that gap. Going for an offload, and they connect. Nice play on the short side of the field, but great defense there by the Rhinos to tackle out of bounds. Great tackle there by the Rhinos, so it's going to be a line out to them. Stolen by the Majestics. There's a knock on. It's going to be a scrum here for the Rhinos.
Let's go, Rhinos! Deck it, Rhinos!
How long is that defense? Kayla, follow her. Oh, go. Kayla, follow her.
Put in there by the Rhinos. Great hook there. Wind carried that one. Be a knock, double knock. We're going to go off the first knock, so it's going to be a scrum for the Majestics. The wind picking up quite a bit. Start seeing the ball go a little willy-nilly everywhere. Majestics going from the weak, strong side of the weak side here. Finding a lot of space on the outside. They're off to the races once again, but Rhinos coming in with a good angle. Can get her, but they can't. They're going to dot down another 5 points. With the conversion, with the wind going against her, see if she can get the distance. She had the distance, maybe not necessarily the angle there, so it's going to keep our score here. With the Rhinos about to restart, about 10 minutes left in this game. Rhinos here to restart with the wind at their backs. Going to carry us quite a bit. And it does. Great take there by the Majestics. So offload to keep the ball in play. Ball's out. An advantage was being played there, so it's going to be a knockout, so scrub to the Rhinos. That wind is really picking up here, pushing over that storm. Apologies if you do hear the wind gusts. You can see some of these flags. I don't know if you can see the flags in the background, but can we get a shot of the flag? One of those flags? Just to show how windy it is. Rhinos with the put in. Ball's on the ground there. Wasn't able to pick on the pass, but the Rhinos were still able to pick that up. Great tackle there by the Majestics. The Rhinos continue to play with the offload, but is stripped once again by the Majestics. They're going down the sidelines. They're off to the races, looking for an offload, but was tackled into touch. Looks like she wasn't tackled into touch, even though the line judge did raise her flag. Majestics finding another gap here. We're looking for her support. That does come. Majestics have a lot of space on the outside. Majestics finding another gap, getting into the middle of the field, and once again tapping it down into the try zone. Are the Majestics adding an additional 5 points to the board? About 4 minutes left in this game. Rhinos here to restart. Wind is picking up, as you can see that flag blowing in the wind. Carries that ball quite a bit. She was tackled out of bounds. saw her get tackled and then get back up. The reason why that was legal is because if no one's holding her down, she is able to get back up. If they are, that she needs to release the ball and then get back up. But again, because no one was holding her down, she was able to get back up again. You would see the ref put his hands up and say play on. Rhinos here with the throw-in. Wasn't able to connect, stolen by the Majestics. Majestics spring down the sideline once again, trying to get another try before time is over. It's a foot race.
We've lost a stake.
It's going to be another try here for the Majestics. With about 2 minutes left in this game on the clock. Now, however, we're seeing about 1:50 on the time on the field. You're seeing about 3 minutes left on your screen. For transparency, the official has the official time. This is all estimates, so he takes into consideration, injuries, things like that. So that's what you're seeing is different times right now. However, at the end of the day, the referee holds that official time. Rhinos here to restart. That ball going so far because of the wind. And that's going to be the game. Thank you so much for joining me today as the weather picks up. Stay dry, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this live broadcast of the Taymana versus Westlake game. My name is Coleman. I am accompanied here by Ben. We are with Game On Live Studio. Ben's audio is getting set up right now, but we are happy to be here with you today. A little chilly. Just got a gust of a bunch of wind, pushing in a little bit of a storm, so see that it kind of impacts. The winds died down quite a bit, not as much rain. There's just a little bit of a sprinkle. But we'll see kind of how it plays out throughout the day. We've been able to see quite a bit of different weather and how it's impact play strategy. We'll see how it impacts today for both Taymana and Westlake in this one.
That one. That'll just for your headphones.
Oh, is it?
So,
doesn't matter.
I guess since it's
I can hear you right now.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Ben here. We're doing the play-by-play, and we've got a huge break by Westlake heading down the left side of the field over there. Great little start to the game here. Looking to reset that ball and send it out wide. Looking to take advantage of the scrambling Taymana defense. Storming tackle by a big prop. Westlake doing well to get in the structure. Seems they got a game plan in place, Coleman, with a couple hit-ups close by the Rex, and then maybe we can just fit it out wide. The classic suck in the defense and send it.
It's a classic and one that you really want to make sure you see before you get caught in that trap of getting sucked in. As we're seeing right here, now that they've been sucked in, they're going to try to push it out wide, but luckily they were able to defend it. But they have a nice little offload there to continue that play.
Yeah. No, exactly right, and it's critical for the offense to also execute it. You're going to suck them all in, and if you're just going to try and spread it and crash the ball, that's going to defeat the whole purpose of it.
I muted myself, but I don't know how to use it. How do I say it?
So Westlake with a quick tap and go. Ref not happy with something. Going to take a second to make sure you got everything organized. Going to have a stern talking to with the captain of Taymana. Little slap on the wrist, little warning for him.
You always wonder what they're actually saying in those kinds of conversations. It looks like he's talking about diving into the ruck maybe. He kind of gave that motion like diving in, so maybe that's what the conversation was about. Good to set those expectations early. Actually, because the penalty was high tackle, I'm assuming they're probably talking keep those tackles low. So
maybe warning him that the next high tackle could be a penalty try.
Yep. Especially this close, you never want to make those dangerous tackles. Haven't seen any penalty tries today, but maybe we could get our first today.
Neither did I on field 2, so we might be blessed with one of these. Westlake with a little loop around the back of the ruck. Large prop. Didn't get low enough, though. He might be held up in the try zone. Looks like they did exactly that. Westlake getting held up in the try zone, just went in a little bit too hard. Taymana was able to get some bodies underneath that ball and prevent it from touching dirt. New rule here, Coleman. I think this is the first year, right?
Yeah, I believe it is, where they do the goal line drop. Oh, find a nice little gap there. But,
nice little pop, one-handed snag.
Yeah.
Westlake working to get that position, looking to get some clean ball. Looks like it's a penalty to Taymana.
Taymana historically was Snow Canyon, but as teams develop, and more players, get into different places, Taymana unfortunately, or Snow Canyon rather, some of the players were choosing not to go the regular route, so they had to go with a little bit wider range in regards to players who they're pulling from. So glad to see that program's still running, just under a different name.
Yeah.
So historically, a good program. I specifically remember playing Snow Canyon quite a bit and always it being competitive. I know you as well.
Yeah, they were a sister club to United. So, yeah, both the head coaches for both of them were brothers. So Colin Purity and Michael Purity. So fun little fact for you. I also believe that Snow Canyon used to be single school.
Yep.
Now Taimana is a club.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
So,
and, you know, Westlake, a new program.
Brand new program this year.
Historically great coaches, though. You got Jackson Kaka on the sideline as well. I know
Celeste Sika
as well. So
that's some powerhouse coaching staff right there.
Yep. Unfortunate
step out of bounds there.
It's a really dark line. I've seen a few players do that today where they, you know, don't realize the touch line's right there. But, you know, it's always, you never like to see those mistakes. Something I do remember always from playing Snow Canyon is the haircuts. I like to see that the tradition is still going strong over there.
Something about the desert that just gets you to, you know, have a fun little haircut.
Asher Stoddard, great haircut.
Ooh,
a back throw.
A little toss all the way back.
Yep.
Taimana looking to put a chip in the back. Fullback a little out of position, but able to cover it relatively well. Nice strong tackle there by Taimana as they continue their attack, keeping Westlake on the back foot.
You know, that's something that I've noticed really makes the difference in success in a lot of these high school rugby teams is the kicking, the strategic kicking. That really sets a lot of teams apart. And so it's good to see Taimana, you know, utilizing that kick. And sounds like, you know, Westlake might want to try to do the same here. Leave a little bit of pressure there.
Unfortunate there. I believe that was out on the full outside of the 22. No?
Get the roster back by any chance? Am I in the way?
Got it.
Thank you.
Defense, stay home. Don't get sucked in over there. Stay home, watch the wing.
You guys are in for a treat today. Ben usually is handling field 2, but due to technical difficulties, he unfortunately had to get taken off of there. Streaming just wasn't working, so.
Due to danger, the gale force winds caused our stands to fall over. I was lucky to come out with my head on top of my shoulders, so.
A tornado of sorts.
So you could say that I was more nervous than a bag of cats at a Greyhound meet, but got out of there unscathed, luckily enough.
Yep.
Taimana with the throw-in. Doesn't go into hands, so Westlake able to grab that, gain a couple meters.
It seems like Taimana is very confident in their lineouts. The way that they're throwing that with such power, they're really expecting that throw to connect there. So
you can expect Taimana to always be really well drilled.
Mm-hmm.
They'll know their set piece. They'll know what to do when they need to do it. Quick throw in there for Taimana. They're going to head and attack some space. Strong tackle there, but the referee not happy with the height of that tackle, so he's going to blow that up and give Taimana an opportunity to get some territory and play inside deeper the half of Westlake.
Well, something I've always appreciated, safety aspect of rugby, right? You know, you don't always love to see, you know, penalties being called, but when it comes to player safety, high tackles, that's always paramount. So, fortunately, you had Westlake there, caught with a little bit of a high tackle, paid for it. So, see how Taimana responds.
And rugby as a whole, you know, they continually look at and develop new rules for different dangerous tackles.
Yep.
Making sure that the game is safe and fun to play.
But still enjoyable to watch.
Exactly.
Unlike other sports. Great break there by Westlake.
Tried to sneak a little ball up, tried to do a little bit too much there with that offload. Unfortunate, didn't get it into the hands that he wanted to. Actually got into the opposite team's hands.
Get this, Sifa! It's a scrub!
But Westlake will maintain possession because it bounced off of a Taimana player's hand. So, interesting little set of events there.
Yep.
Now, Coleman, for new clubs in Utah, trying to develop and make a name for themselves when you have such powerhouses like Harriman, like Olympus, East, what are the challenges that they might encounter? What are some challenges that Westlake might be coming into?
I mean, one of the biggest ones, obviously, you're going to see is experience level, right? You're going to see these different kinds of teams that have a lot of experience, like you had mentioned, Harriman, United, those kinds of guys have a lot of experience, a lot of continuity. These newer programs, they're going to have not as much experience, obviously, and with that, a risk of a lack of continuity, right? If you have different teams at different levels competing against each other, they're getting blown out 60-0. You don't want to come back and play next year, right? So that's one of the big challenges that you're going to see. However, the way that Utah Youth Rugby has set up a lot of their organization is there's different tiers. You're going to see Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Each of those tiers is based off of experience, history of success, and age of program, as well as coaching experience, right? And so these teams are being put into different tiers so that they can find the most success possible and still enjoy the game, right? And still it being challenging.
Go ahead. No, to help grow that sport, right?
Exactly.
Because it's no fun if you're going to go in, get beat out week in, week out every time by 60 points.
Yep, exactly. And that's where you're going to see someone like Tier 3, where you have Bear River, Wasatch, great programs, put on a great show today, but they're smaller programs, still fairly new. They're not going to be able to pull in from as many people, and so that skill level is going to be just a little bit different, right, compared to a Harriman. You don't want, those teams to play Harriman, often. You also have to think about location as well. And so, but one of the biggest ones is that continuity of success. So.
Great. Taimana up against the back of the wall after a drop pass, putting themselves under pressure. Westlake really eager to get some points on the board and coming up strong on defense, but a strong run by Taimana gets them a little bit of breathing room. Nice long pass by the 9 there. They've got some numbers. They've got a little break here. Oh, but they try to do a little bit too much, sending it over the top and out of bounds. Unfortunate there. They had a 4-on-2 classic rugby drill there. Overlap, just have to work the numbers, draw and pass, but sometimes you get a little bit too excited.
Yeah. I just noticed Westlake has BYU rugby shorts on.
Oh, how about that?
All right, we see a little break here by Taimana. But they need to get that support and that continuity to get the ball rolling.
They're doing well to keep this ball flowing and looking at the gaps of Westlake's defense.
Westlake is sucked in quite a bit. Let's see if Taimana can notice that and whip it out wide.
Now comes the time to get that out wide.
Nice little step inside.
On pass, a little bit of draw and pass, a little show and go. Oh, unfortunate, try and snake it there again. That 8-man doing a lot of work today. Taimana's really spreading that field, using their skills to their advantage. Taimana might be playing a little bit to their strengths, where they've got the speed and a little bit more conditioning. Looking to spread the field, to go sideline to sideline, while Westlake, a little bit bigger, might be looking to keep that ball intact with those one single pass hit-ups, then spread it wide. Be interesting to see who at the end wins. Yeah. 2 different strategies, 2 different ideas of the game, but
all comes down to execution.
Right, you are.
So we'll see how this kind of all plays out. It's been nice to see that the weather's calmed down. The game before this, basically tore down your whole tent. So
yeah,
it's been a nice change of pace, if you will.
I just tore down that tent on my own because I wanted to come over here and join you.
Well, it is better over here.
Have to learn from the best, I guess.
Of course. Taimana here with the put-in. Nice attacking platform, but great run there by Westlake.
Someone's getting put up in the air in the scrum there. Nice little right step right there by the inside center. A little bit of an offload to the fly half coming in to support.
Something I do remember as well playing Snow Cane and Taimana is the quick taps on penalties, just push to the goal line, right? They don't do the whole, hit up and, give it to one of their forwards. They go quick. So we'll see if they do that here.
Did I say that was probably because of the Perry brothers.
Well, the Perry brothers.
If we're going to bring up Taimana and Snow Canyon, you got to bring up the Perry brothers and how just absolutely resilient they are and continually tapping, going, attacking. Looks like that energy still continues.
Yep, we'll have to see it. Wow, this is a
Ref not
decision that we
happy.
haven't seen in a while. It looks like they're opting to kick for points, which
Look at that, we get corrected, huh?
I mean, it's a very clever idea, right? If you take points where you can get them. Not very many teams would make that decision.
No.
It shows them. Wait.
Looks like we got a card out. Looks like someone's been a naughty boy. Someone's going to be in the sin bin for 10 minutes. Number 13, the outside center.
Ooh, it's never good to lose a center this early.
Not at all. Critical player in the back line. Outside center, hard runner, especially with his size and strength. That's going to be a missing piece for 10 minutes.
Oh, they're going to go with the tap and
tap
give it to the
and
big
go. There you go.
The exact thing I said they weren't going to do. However, the game had stopped, and so that's probably why. So I technically could still be right. Mana going on the right side. Ooh, wow. They went for the right side of that ruck and whipped it all over to the left side with a long pass, and it caught Westlake sleeping there.
Beautiful little footwork there.
I mean, that just shows the maturity of the program, right? I mean, you just think about that continuity, the cleverness, that thinking differently. No disrespect to Westlake by any means. Just different kind of strategy of play. Something that you don't always see. Opting to potentially kick for points on a penalty. Don't usually see that in high school rugby. And then doing those long passes from the right side of the ruck all the way over to the left side. You don't always see that.
Right? Beautiful footwork for him to get through those gaps. Right? You've got to bob and weave through everyone. And believe it or not, that's where I believe 13 would have been. So
you are correct.
Critical
loss there for the time being. See how Westlake can respond to being down one man.
Right now, inside center for Daimana, looking to distance themselves a little bit more here.
This is Jeremiah with the conversion. Should be a nice little chip kick, but wind is against him.
And that goes through. So 2 more points, builds onto their lead, 7-0.
Yes. It is David Beckstrand. On our roster, the numbers are on the right side rather than the left.
Let's go, guys!
So, very interesting little turn of events there for Taimana with the yellow card being served, and I believe it's 8 minutes in high school, or is it the full 10?
We're going to have to get confirmation on that one.
We'll speak with our rules analyst.
Not enough to make a difference.
We'll speak with our rules analyst and confirm that for you.
Yep.
Regardless, they are going to be playing a man down for a couple minutes here as Taimana gets the ball from the kickoff, has a strong, hard run. They do have numbers on the outside. 4-on-2, takes it into contact, places it, gets back up, but ref didn't like how quick that was, and he was held down in his tackle, so he couldn't really do that too quick.
Kick it loose!
Penalty to Westlake.
All right. Close line out here for Westlake. Knowing the coaching of Westlake, what do you think they do here?
You got Jackson Kaka, Celeste Sika as coaches at Westlake. Obviously great rugby minds. It's got to be them all. They've got the size. They've got the power. They're a man down in the backs. They're going to try and keep it with the forwards.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, knowing that, obviously, we've gone through a lot of rugby, but do you think Taimana knows that well?
Well, doesn't matter if they can't keep possession, right?
Not at all.
Taimana now looking to run it out of their try zone. Always a fun decision there, but now looking for a little chip kick. They got some space out behind. They do have speed, so Westlake doesn't grab it on the first go-around.
Westlake on the back foot. You'd hope to see Taimana just continue that momentum.
Taimana passing it down the line, just trying to get into the hands of the people that want it. Looks like the ref wasn't happy with the diving in to the ruck, so he's going to go back to the original infraction, which is a high tackle. high kick there. He's lucky the wind wasn't gusting right then, because that would have been held up in the air and probably would not have gone out of bounds.
I feel like kicking for touch is one of the more stressful things that, you know, it shouldn't be, but it is. You know, is this going to make it out of bounds? You know, are they gonna touch?
You have the conflict, right? You got to make it out of bounds so you get the ball back, but you also don't want to kick it too close because you want to try and maximize the amount of territory that you get, right?
Yeah. Do you risk it for the biscuit or do you play it safe?
Some guys risk it too much.
I should maybe give it one risk and then, you know, after that, you know, reconsider that.
You gotta.
Looks like there's going to be a little blood sub here. Probably just get a cut tampon, shove it in there, call it good.
Shove it on up the nose and. So blood sub, people are allowed to come off the field if they have blood coming out of their bodies. Take care of it, make sure that they're hygienic and safe. Then they're able to go back on
without it
once it's all cleaned up, without getting penalized. So Imana working the ball really well on the back line, and for some reason, that's going to be a dangerous tackle there. No arm up for advantage, so I guess not.
Throw that one up for review.
But this left side, Taymana has the advantage on this left side all day. But for some reason, they just can't make that last pass happen. It always goes and conflicts with Westlake players or something.
Come on!
You know, as commentators, we are supposed to be, you know, unbiased. However, that seemed like a dangerous tackle to me. I feel like that was definitely a missed call.
I would agree with that.
Something that they will probably review, and I'm sure Taymana's coaching will submit a request to review that call there. Won't make much of a difference as far as the score goes, but, you know, reviewing the referees.
And again, attacking this left side, they've got some space. Every time they bring it this side, they gain major meters.
Yeah. That's dangerous play. Bull crap. 45.
Hey Jake, let's get this play.
This place was lifted.
Not sure if the fans can hear it at home, but Taymana coach still upset about that dangerous tackle. Again, player safety is of utmost importance, and that's probably why he's most upset, is to want to make sure that players are safe. But play continues on. Taymana seals the line out, bounces down, and goes to the gap. Does well to stay on his feet, wait for the support to come around. Feeds it back out to the waiting pod. Got some forwards in the beginning of the back line. Some strong running here.
I mean, here it's crucial to just keep possession of the ball. Don't do anything too risky, right?
Yep. And right there, baits the far side wing into thinking that he's going to pass it out. They did have a huge overlap on that far side. Little lapse in concentration on the Westlake defense, and Taymana able to exploit it with a little show and go and hit the gap.
Yep. I mean, it's, you know, just reading that defense and what they give, understanding they do have an advantage outside, and using that mental tactic of, like, he knows, the defense knows, you know, there's an overlap, and just giving that show and go, and making it look so easy, you know, hitting that gap. So, good job there by I believe that was number 12. Once again, who was hitting that conversion? David Beckstrand. Called his name once for the conversions. He's gonna hit his conversion here, maybe. Well, against the wind, it could be tough, but I've seen crazier today.
That's a stressful slot to be in for that defending wing, right? Because what do? How do you play that? There's almost nothing you can do.
I mean, yeah, when you get caught in an island like that, it's, you know, the best thing you can do is just make a choice and just commit to it, right? You know, and just hope that you made that right one, especially when there's a 1-on-3. If you're caught out of position to begin with, ideally you want to be on the farthest inside guy and slow play it out. But if you're, you know, caught on that second guy, you just gotta, you know, make a choice, hope it sticks.
Looks like the flags stay down. One looked like it went up, but it might have been fixing his hat.
I'll have to, yeah.
Not sure if that was
I believe that was a missed kick. So.
Yeah, no good. Missed kick. Got confirmation.
Wind, you know.
And here we go. Westlake looking to get a restart in. As Taimana is 12-0 in the lead with 12 minutes left in the first half.
It's a low kick to the middle. Probably carried a little bit by the wind.
Great stab through the gap. Strong running from Taimana, just absolutely exploiting those gaps.
Taimana using the kick strategically once again, finding that space.
And this is
some pressure onto Westlake.
And this is them kicking into the wind, so I can only imagine what it's going to be like with the wind at their backs.
I know.
A little bit of a mental mistake there again by Westlake, just knocking it on. And looks like number 12 is back on the field after serving his time for being a naughty boy.
Indeed. So when you have a windy situation like this where the weather isn't ideal, in your experience, how have you seen that change strategies, change gameplay for the backs, for the forwards?
Yeah, I mean, long, far passes are going to be risky. So, you're going to try and tighten things up. If you have the wind to your back, the kicking game's all half long. That's the goal. Just tire people out, kick the ball down, maintain territory. Rugby's a huge territory game. If you have it, then you're able to really control the flow of that game. And Taimana's doing exactly that by kicking it down to the corner. And as you can see, they're just putting the pressure on Westlake.
Yeah, Westlake is looking fairly winded right now. And because it looks like, they've been on defense for quite a bit. They've been at the mercy of Taimana's offense, and their offense is fast-paced, hitting gaps, and you can't not be running against them. And so, ideally, I'd love to start seeing Westlake this rest of this half, rest of the second half, take control of the ball there, take control of possession and keep possession for as long as they can, and try to wear out physically, Taimana.
Yeah, that's got to be the hope, right? Westlake is playing into the hands of Taimana really well just by leaving open gaps and leaving some space open to where they can kick it. Westlake, if they want to win, they have to play their style of game, which is keeping ball in hand, keeping close quarter combat, really, right? And close passes, hitting the rucks, strong, hard, maintaining possession. But right now, Taimana is dictating the game, keeping the ball in Westlake's half. They're not able to run from sideline to sideline like Taimana, so it's going to be some adjustments that have to happen at halftime for them to come out and make some difference.
Indeed.
Westlake with the toss. Not very clean, but not a very good kick there either, right?
Ooh, but not a good reception of that kick either.
Taimana does get the ball, and Westlake's up quick on defense. A little bit of a bump there. Taimana looking to attack this left side edge that has been really successful for him so far. Big number 8 man going through.
Putting on the Jets.
Shoots that gap extremely well.
It's Jershawn.
But did go out of bounds, so it's going to be Westlake ball. Another great example, right, Coleman, of new clubs and some of the challenges that they might encounter. Kicking in rugby. Taimana's been around for a long time, like we said. They used to be called Snow Canyon, now they're Taimana. They know how to kick. They've got kids who've been watching rugby since they were little kids. They know the strategy of kicking. Yep. Westlake, newer team, completely different than football, so it's hard to understand really the kicking technique and strategy and really just to execute on that, right? We saw Westlake try and make a clearance kick. Wasn't the best kick, and Taimana able to take advantage of it.
Yeah. No, definitely, and we're going to start seeing that as, Taimana starts using that kick more. Westlake's going to have to account for that and have their wings be farther back. And then being fairly new as a new program, that flow of kick defense is difficult sometimes to understand. And right as I'm saying that, Taimana punching it in for a try.
Right under the post, should be an easy chip shot again, building onto that lead.
Yep. And as I was saying, it takes, it's going to take that. Formulate my thoughts here. As Taimana starts kicking over the back of those wings, the wings have to take a few steps backwards now, giving them more space for Taimana to utilize outside, right? You're seeing already, Taimana favoring this close side because they're able to get, 5, 6, 7, even 10, 15 meters, and imagine the Westlake wing even farther back, right? Because he has to account for those kicks, and so it's only advantageous for getting those strategic kicks going. So
yeah,
doing a great job right now. Credit to Westlake for what they're doing right now. Like I said, I mean, this by no means is unmanageable, right? They can definitely get back into this game, make a few changes here and there. I mean, we've only seen them on defense. Most of this time we've seen them on defense, right?
Yep.
And so, it really is just up to Westlake getting control of that ball, owning that possession, and keeping that possession.
Looks like conversion was good, so Taimana adding on to their lead, 19-0, with only 6 minutes left in the half. And right you are, Coleman. We haven't really seen Westlake on offense, and I'm sure they've got some great strategies. They have great athletes, great skills, but just haven't had the opportunity yet. Taimana's been a little ball hog and just not willing to let it up, doing anything that they can to keep it out of their hands, which is, again, a great strategy if you're playing against a bigger team. But Taimana shoots the gap. Just barely clipped. Unfortunate there as Westlake tries to regroup and reposition themselves on defense. Taimana now looking to attack the outside with the Westlake defenders sucked into the middle of the field. Just a little bit of bumbling there on the far side. Taimana looking to really move this ball fast as they can. Getting the ball through the hands, and Westlake with a thumping tackle there. Another tackle comes zooming up, but ref not happy about something. Offsides there.
I feel like Taimana has adopted the ideology, if they don't have the ball, they can't score.
Yep.
So just pop the ball as long as they can, and just
another score for Taimana.
Indeed.
And believe it or not, Coleman, you need the ball to score.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? Rugby's crazy like that.
So what adjustments would you make, as the half is winding down? We've got about 3-4 minutes left. What adjustments do you think Taimana makes? And what adjustments would Westlake make? Priority, just one. We've thrown out a few things for both, but what's, one thing for each?
Yeah, Westlake, they need, there's a lot, if I'm going to be honest, but probably the most critical right is possession. They need that possession. Even if they have the ball in their half, ideally they'd want to try and keep the ball on, whether they have it or not, on Taimana's side, but Westlake just hasn't had the ball in hand. They haven't been able to really show off their speed. They haven't been able to show off their strength in an attacking position, and they just need to do anything that they can to keep the ball in their possession. Taimana, they got to be expecting some hard hits in the second half. So I'd like to see some physicality increase from Taimana, hitting those rucks hard. They're very quick, so I wouldn't be surprised if Westlake's going to try and, slow that down a little bit. So got to see some physicality increase from Taimana, and then use that with their speed will just absolutely carry this game away.
Yeah. Do you think if maybe Westlake tried to contest rucks a little bit more aggressively, maybe to slow that ball down in the ruck?
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of ruck watching, right? You have a lot of the forward packs kind of circled around within 8 meters of the ruck. They're not really doing anything, and they're being a detriment to the guys on the outside, where Taimana is really taking advantage of them. So got to really, if you're going to contest, you got to have 1 or 2 strong guys in there contesting, slowing the ball down, while the rest of the defensive line gets in their shape, rather than just sitting around the ruck watching it.
Yeah. Easier said than done, though, you know what I mean?
Hey.
You're in the middle of it, it's,
Hey, that's why I'm here. I'm not playing, so.
Great tackle there by Westlake, trying to just stifle any attack that Taymana makes.
Taymana doing well to keep that ball going, but ref going to give a penalty to Westlake, not releasing the ball against Taymana. So Westlake was probably the best attacking platform they've had since the beginning of the game. And see what they can do. See what they can do about it.
Yeah, and I mean, I was expecting him to do exactly this, right? Don't go for a line out. Don't cook for
maintain possession.
Ball in hand.
Not releasing. So
fortunately, lose it.
Westlake gives the ball right back. They didn't have the support there, which is unfortunate because as a tap and go, you should have everybody in where they need to be. That ball gets hung up a little bit in the wind, so Westlake now has another attacking opportunity. They are dragged out. It's going to be Taymana ball where they almost kicked it out. So
no, you know, seems like it just went and kicked for touch. You know, it made it into touch. Wait, calling for half? No. Yep, looks like they've called halftime so far.
All right,
it's 26-0 for Taymana. It's been a great half so far. We will see you soon.
All right, welcome back to the start of the second half here at Utah State Rugby Playoffs of the Boys Varsity Blue Tier 2 Division.
Happy to be here for another half.
It's a good day, yeah.
Wind's picking up a little bit, don't worry about that.
The wind has picked up, and it is cold. I feel these boys in their short sleeves and short shorts.
Well, and they're from southern Utah, so they expect, warmer weather.
Yeah, I also expect warmer weather in May in Utah, but here we are. Here we can.
Yep.
So we'll see what kind of adjustments have been made from the coaching staffs, respectively, of each team.
I feel like kicking is going to be huge here for Taimana. They're okay with, the winds.
The winds changed direction slightly. It's now blowing side to side rather than from the back of where Taimana is now, so probably not as useful as they would want. And it actually is almost kind of swirling back the opposite direction now.
How unfortuitous.
Very unfortuitous.
Just unfortunate is the right way, but I wanted to sound a little smarter for the fans. Looks like the referee's just getting all of his ducks in a row, making sure both sides have 15.
Westlake with a little chip to start off the game, goes through the hands, and although it started back initially, it did end up bouncing forward. So Westlake with a very opportune scrum here. Opportunistic? Is that probably a better one? Probably a better word there to describe what's happening. But Westlake now kind of see the adjustments that have been put in place at halftime. Westlake with the feed. Comes out towards the back. A little 8-man pick to the weak side. Offload, but doesn't go into hands, so an unfortunate error there. One of the best attacking positions they've had all game and just not able to make it happen.
Well, it's unfortunate. You want to try to make those statement plays. You want to try to get back on track. And, the moment you do, you're trying to, it's easy to have a mental reset at halftime, right? And so it's going to be like, okay, now we can, make those changes. We know what we got to do. But then it's like you come right back in half and you make that kind of mistake. It's, do I think that, Westlake is going to never recover? Obviously not. They're a dynamic team. Their coaching staff is great. But it's not always great to start off like that.
Not at all. And as well, you don't want the franticness of being down by so much to come into play, right? You don't want to try and do too much. You just want to play your game. You want to stay calm. The points will come if you do what you need to do. You do your job. And Westlake being a little bit too frantic now, but Westlake has a little bit more energy in them. They're looking to attack a little bit more on defense. Get up into the face of the Taimana team. Taimana switches the field on him, passing it from left side to the right side. Stays on his feet, eventually goes down.
Shout out to Larry Wilson for getting the camera shot. A legend here in Utah Youth Rugby. So
Westlake with the snag out of the air on the full, a little bit of a stiff arm there. But the ref doesn't like it. Not stiff arm in the face, but I thought that you couldn't stiff arm with a closed fist. I thought you could stiff arm with an open hand. You can't just not stiff arm it at all into the face.
From what I've noticed,
it's high school. Okay, it's just been clarified.
Is that it was only in high school. See, I knew that really. You just didn't let me finish.
Yeah, okay.
Right, the wind blowing against you here in this throw. We'll see what they choose to do. Just what I thought they would do. Fun jump.
9, right? Again, trying to do a little bit too much. Tries to sneak it down the sideline, ends up turning the ball over.
It's always, that's something that I always get. Everyone falls trapped to that, You see open space on the sideline, and you just think, yes,
I can see real estate, yeah.
But and it always quickly closes. So early jump there by
jump, and it's going to be a short arm penalty.
Yep. So correct me if I'm wrong, if there's an early jump, you got to stay up or stay down once you go down. Am I correct?
Yep.
I've seen that a few times today. You know, early jump. You know, it's always a short arm penalty, but
Westlake getting some lucky opportunities here. Ball bounces out of Taimana's hand. And it's going to be a penalty for offsides for Westlake. So a great opportunity to attack center field right here. Taimana just so fit. They come up so fast.
Here's that quick tap from Taimana.
Another quick tap.
Just never letting Westlake get a break.
Couple handling errors here. The wind must be playing a factor for these athletes' skills.
Most definitely. You'd love to have seen them tighten up a little bit. You feel like the adjustments really been made today, this half? Tightening up their splits a little bit, so they have a little bit short of a pass. You feel like they made those changes?
Yeah, you know, I definitely can see them trying to make that happen, but I feel like the individualistic play of some players just prevents that from happening, right? Trying to do too much, trying to see the gap and shoot through it.
Maybe not individualistic. Maybe they think see it as opportunistic.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yep. Westlake with the soaring pass behind over the head of the inside center. Sends it over the top again for a skip pass.
Taimana doing really well with keeping everything in front of them, not shooting up too much. You know, they know they have the numbers disadvantage.
Even though the ball went to ground, Taimana didn't rush up and break their defensive line too much.
Westlake with a great idea there. They're number 3 going on a line, but unfortunately just weren't able to connect on that.
Ooh, nice counter ruck there from Taimana. Caught him sleeping and definitely plowed through. Taimana just finding the little gaps and sneaking their way through. Westlake doing what they can to keep possession. And a quick tap again from Taimana, the classic. And like you said, they're going to find ways to take that quick tap and exploit it.
It's always just go with a team from the old South. So
there you are. Well, you know, when people start racking up the points, it starts to become a little bit more fun for the team winning, obviously.
And a lot less fun for the team winning.
Right you are. I would say for the winning team, it's just as fun as a Fortnite gamer with his mom's credit card, you know? Just able to really have a lot of fun. But still plenty of time. Westlake does have the athletes, they have the coaching, they have the ability to come back. I wouldn't count them out. Anything can happen in a wonderful game of rugby where anyone can score from anywhere. It's one of the more exciting things about this sport. And that was a beautiful kick by David Beckstrom from the sideline over there. So both the flags go up. Taimana has their lead 33-0. Westlake with the restart, setting it deep. Taimana looking to run it out real quick, gets clipped by his ankles, goes tumbling down. Westlake slowly setting up their defensive structure, looking to keep Taimana in front of them. Holds the ball a little bit, draws, passes, finds his teammate, but is quickly hit back. Taymana has an overlap here on the left side. Got a little one-on-one here. Nice little quick cutback. Able to put that right foot in the ground and go back to his left. Taymana now working the phases, looking to keep some structure and organization there. Bleed some time while keeping possession in territory. Rough stiff arm there, but I believe that's going to be the same penalty that Westlake was called on previously, so, and it was. So Westlake now gets a penalty inside the Taymana half. Have you ever been stiff armed in the face, Coleman?
Never.
I have. Looks like there was a little mistake by Westlake, so Taymana is going to get a scrum put in. Not sure what happened there, but Westlake did have a penalty, came back. Wind's dying down a little bit, so
thank goodness.
Maybe we'll get to see some skills being played, and us get a little bit warmer.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some hand warmers up in this place. Taymana just
slicing and dicing. Beautiful one pass there. Westlake unable to catch up to him and dots it down under the posts to build onto their lead.
Let's go now. Let's take a little look-see. See a number here. I want to say it's number 7. Does it seem like a number 7 here? I'm trying to see if it was a number 7 that scored.
I believe so.
Jake Landon. Punching it in.
Evan 6.
Another chip kick here for David. You know, the wind going against him. How that's so interesting that right at half when we said the snow candy could benefit from the wind changes directions.
Almost exactly a 180 swap of the direction of the wind.
Slots it through. Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Yes. Thank you.
Taymana with some subs.
Get those rest legs in.
Westlake with one sub as well, so.
So they can make a difference. What would you call your subs when you were playing? Would you call them finishers? Would you call them the Doom Squad? What did you? For me, it was the Doom Squad.
The Doom Squad.
Yes.
All right. Nice. I call them the lesser ones.
Absolutely.
You're not starting with a lesser one. No, I'm just kidding. No, I believe it was second 15, or the seconds.
Interesting.
So, but of course, I think you and I both. I believe you and I both played at BYU together, and for a little bit, yeah, Doom Squad was the last couple of years I was there. So.
Yep. This is Benjamin Weber, everybody. Penalty award here to Westlake. Going to give it to one of their big men. It looks like going to do a nice little quick tap and go. Their big man number 3.
Big man, but a great form tackle from Taymana there. Westlake now with some offense going. They've still got time to score some points, and if they're able to score quickly, they can come back to this game.
That wind is picking up, so I apologize if you can hear it in our microphones, but boy, it is gusty. So the penalty called on Westlake. See how Taimana chooses to go about this. Looks like they're going to go for a kick here.
Solid boot there. Able to get it out of bounds into the wind, so that was a nice kick.
It was. Normally you see when you're kicking it in lower kicks, you know, but he just kind of roots it kind of high and makes it happen. Maybe it's less gusty up there. He knows something we don't.
Yeah, you know.
That's why he kicks and I don't.
Yeah. We got a weatherman over here. Meteorologist, dare I say.
Yeah.
Oh, but that kick, that one is not going to go the way that he wants it to. Does not go far. His teammate tries to keep it in, but unable to do it. Side judge making the Taimana fullback feel good about himself, trying to put in that extra effort to keep the ball in.
Yep, I believe that guy's name is Ricky.
That is. His name is Ricky.
What a good guy.
Good guy. Couple kids.
Yeah, I believe he signaled that it was going to be a lineup for Taimana for a second until they corrected him. So.
No, you can't go in now. You can't go in now.
Well, that's really embarrassing for Ricky because he's been playing rugby his whole life. So hopefully he can really learn how to play the game. Westlake with a hard hit up right off the line out. Now trying to run through the phases, trying to get to the outside edge. Again, maybe doing a little bit too much, trying to keep that ball alive and just ending up making a penalty.
Yep.
Throwing that ball forward, but the ref's going to come back for the original infraction of offsides by Taimana.
It looks like Taimana's pretty far back for 10, back 10. But there we go, they're moving up a little bit.
Westlake now with a hit up, trying to keep possession. One pass hit ups. Taimana doing well to come up strong on defense to get in front of the attackers. Another pass to the big boy waiting to grab that and take it in. Westlake again running through the phases. A little misdirection pass behind the pods. The inside center running with it. Tries to get the offload off, but unfortunate forward pass there. Again, a little bit too much. But luckily enough, going to come back for the original infraction. Little tap and go for Westlake, trying to gain some meters. Looks like the 9 wants to try and do some stuff himself, and he gets some major territory there. Now we got a slight drizzle coming in.
Lucky we're under a tent.
We are under a tent.
Not that as much, but
luckily enough. But you know who's not under a tent?
Players.
It's
unfortunate.
You know what that means?
What?
Slippery ball. You know what slippery ball means?
What? Knock-ons.
Knock-ons.
Yep. I was just waiting to see if you would, even go with it, but seems like you forgot your train of thought. So. Is it an injury?
Asking a lot of the same questions, same over and over again. It's
got about 20 minutes left in the game. You know what that means?
What?
Cramps. It's always historically you'll start seeing cramps here, around this time. I mean, playing in college, high school. I always thought there was always at least one of them. So
you know how to start with cramps?
Bananas.
Yes. You know what's good about bananas?
I hate them, so I don't know anything about bananas.
Well, they help out with cramps. So.
The banter. The classic back and forth, huh?
Look at us. Living the dream, freezing cold underneath this tent.
Honestly, I think the Utah Warriors should pick us up as commentary.
This could be our audition tape. Send it in. Kimball, make it happen.
Yep.
Make it happen, Captain.
The professionalism mixed with the humor.
Personality,
Yeah.
And he's off faster than a prom dress. Look at that.
Not running away!
Daymana gets over the ball, secure it after a fast break. Westlake up quick on defense. Daymana working through the phases, trying to keep that possession in hand. Again, a little chip over the top, see a little bit of an open gap. The fullback's over there quick to cover. Does exactly that. But unfortunately, he goes out of bounds, so it's going to be Westlake ball. No, Daymana ball, my apologies. They did well to try and keep that going, but we're not able to make it happen. Captain. Daymana with a quick tap as usual, looking to send it down the back's line. And gets it on the outside, and he's clear through. Doesn't look like anyone will catch him, and he's going to dot it down for another try.
Looks like the Westlake player's injured right here. He was just sitting down the whole time, so I wonder if they just saw that and said, hey, there's probably a guy down on this side, and they're just going to exploit that, because he's the wing, number 11.
We don't see any trainers helping him out. Not sure if we're the only ones that see him. Might be an apparition.
He's coming on the other side because there's another injury on the far side he's just getting back to. So.
Oh, all right.
You say, is there an apparition?
I did.
Rain has picked up quite a bit more. No longer a drizzle, I would call it a... See, you can finish my sentence.
You were talking about the rain?
Yes. No longer a drizzle.
Sprinkle.
No longer a sprinkle, it's a...
Rain.
That's right. All right, well, number 14, Daymana, trying for the kick. Longo. Tuioni.
Oh, well, all right. Great pronunciation on that name, Coleman.
Thank you.
You are showing your cultural knowledge there.
I try. If I got it wrong, I'm so sorry, but he did. Yeah, I try.
The birds are coming down, the birds of prey. They're attacking on the far side of the field. Looks like they've come in to enjoy a little bit of footy, as they say in the Southern Hemisphere.
Are you talking about seagulls?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Can I see something? How much time is on the clock? 16.
Westlake trying to send it over down deep into the corner. Slippery ball.
Knock on there by Daymana. Looks like it's going to be a scrum here for Westlake. So, I mean, great attacking platform here, right? I mean, you got how many minutes left? About 15 minutes left. You know, it's a good opportunity for you to put some points on the board. I mean, I can only imagine they've, gone through a lot of attacking, scrum moves this close to the try.
Yeah. I'm sure that, the great coaching staff over at Westlake have thought of some great, misdirectional plays, some backline movements that'll really give it to them. And then here we go with an 8-man pick, suck in some of the early defenders.
Advantage being played.
The rain's starting to pick up, and so Westlake probably looking to keep that ball really close to their chests as they're hoping to get over the line themselves.
One time I tackled it, or one time I got tackled by him, grabbed my throat like this.
Westlake with a tap and go, trying to get across the line, just not quite able to do it. Daymana's staunch defense holding them back. Another penalty. Westlake having multiple opportunities to pound this one in, just not able to get it in there. That's the ultimate goal of every time, is to get it into the end zone. But right now, that after all this pounding over and over and over, the pounding back and forth, pound, just not able to make it happen. And looks like Daymana might be getting the ball back. Looks like they survived the onslaught there, for now at least.
At what cost, I mean, at some point, getting that over and over and over again really just, mentally wears you down. Defending, I mean, we saw that with Westlake. They were defending all first half. Defense is hard.
Yeah.
And it it physically wears you down, and especially on the goal line, that's when you give it your all on defense. And so, physically they might be feeling a little down. Luckily, I mean, there's only about 12 minutes left, but who knows what could happen here in the next few minutes.
It's always fun to play in the rain when it's warm, not fun when it's cold.
And windy.
Right now, a little bit too cold. A little bit too windy. Pick up. Rain's died down, fortunately enough, but Westlake now gets the ball back. 5-meter scrum, very flat back line for Westlake on their attack. See if they're able to make something happen with a quick shot through.
They go to the weak side here.
The weak side. Taimana counter-wrecking strong.
What channel are you guys on? I thought we said you don't do it. Game on Live Studio?
Westlake has been down in this corner for quite a long time, just not able to get it over the line quite yet. Taimana just being stingy with the defense, not allowing any movement to get through. Westlake coaches screaming in to kind of get some attack organized for them. Westlake with a tap and go, give it over, but a handling error, knock on. Taimana now has the ball, and they're looking to get that ball out of their territory.
Swing! Oh! It got off his leg! It was off his leg!
Taimana going back to the original infraction, going to be scrummed down for them. Looking just to slowly bleed out this time and maintain possession, not allowing Westlake to get in the goal. How important is it, Coleman, when you were playing? If you're up significantly, did you ever, want to keep them scoreless? Was there ever,
Depended on the team. You know what I mean? Definitely depended on the team here.
Is there any kind of motivation that would, make the team want to keep the other ones scoreless?
Just a rivalry.
Just some rivalries?
Yeah. Nothing better than keeping Utah scoreless. And for BYU, at Olympus we had Skylines. Nothing was better than keeping Skylines scoreless, and so it's just one of those things. I do have some team goals as well that they were like, hey, keep, X amount of teams scoreless. But, other than a rivalry, there wasn't really much.
Because it does say a lot about the defense, right?
Yes.
And defense wins championships, so Taimana looking like they're a strong defensive powerhouse. Yeah. Especially against a well-run, strong offensive team like Westlake. It's an incredible feat.
Yeah, no, definitely. And, it also, you have to think about the offensive capabilities as well, helping with that scoreless, right? Keeping possession of the ball. That's, I feel like, something that is overlooked quite a bit, is the ability to just run phase after phase after phase and, keep ball in hand, score when you need to, and just keep it, because, sometimes scoring, very large amounts is, it's always respectable, right? Mm-hmm. But being able to keep possession is always, a great ability to have. So.
Westlake trying to spread the ball out a little bit. Hard run there by number 12, the inside center. Eventually is brought down. He gets back onto his feet, grabs it, but the ruck was already formed. It's Westlake ball going back to the original infraction of not rolling away, I believe. Hard, strong run by the 8-man. And with 7 minutes left, don't think there's enough time for Westlake to come back into this game. Might be able to score a couple tries, but so this one is done and dusted. Great showing by Taimana to really come in here and keep possession in a field-soaked, in a rain-soaked field.
They've done a great job, just, bringing their team back together. I know that, Spokane was having a few down years, and having the self-awareness to, formulate a club like Taimana to continue that tradition that Spokane had, and show out here in the state playoffs.
And you can't discredit Westlake, right? For their first year ever being in a club, for them to be in the playoffs alone is a great accomplishment. That is not something to be overlooked.
Yeah, no, and I, expect to see, expect Westlake to have a lot of success, right? This isn't the last we've heard of Westlake by any means. And you've got, we continue to talk about the coaches, but, the players as well, the team that they were able to bring, the large amount of players that they have as a first-year team. You don't always see that. Usually with first-year teams, you're going to see a handful of guys, right? But here they've got quite a few, subs and then, extra reserves that can be, potentially another team. Who knows? But Westlake and the program that they've created this year is going to be great, and hopefully can continue to see the success of this first team has seen.
Yeah, definitely. I agree, right? With the great coaching staff they have, a great area that's growing. Westlake is, developing area, so there's going to be more and more kids moving in. It's going to be a strong club here in the first, couple of years. I wouldn't be surprised. And for them to make playoffs the first year is a great accomplishment. These young men should be proud of themselves.
Yep. There's a short arm penalty here. It's going to be a free kick for Westlake. What this means is if he kicks it out of bounds, it's going to be a line out to Taimana. So usually what you want to do is do a nice little tap and go, which is what they do here, and give it to one of their backs or forwards to continue moving.
Westlake now driving through, staying on their feet. It's going to be a scrum down to Taimana. 4 minutes left in the game.
I'm seeing two different times on the scoreboard. It's about 9 minutes. Ours, we've got about 4 minutes. For transparency, the center ref has the official time, so we might see our clock run out. You might hear the field clock run out, but at the end of the day, the ref has the final say. Do you like that rhyme, Ben?
Yep. I'm a big fan of rhymes. Coleman can slap down some rhymes really well.
Don't tag me.
You should hear him freestyle.
Best freestyle is this side of the Mississippi.
I think they called you Young Soja back in the day.
They called me a lot of things, but that was not one of them. Taimana here really just, trying to expend the time.
Yeah, nothing to kick over.
No wrap tackle. It's going to be coming back for a penalty.
I don't even think it was meant to be a tackle. He just kind of bumped into him, knocked the kicker over. So obviously that's a no-no. Referee doesn't like that.
A quick tap and go, trying to catch them off guard.
And they did.
Does exactly that.
Rainy days, you know what that means?
Wet balls.
That's right. And you know what wet balls means? Knock-ons.
Knock-ons.
Which we just had with Taimana. Knock-on. So,
knock-on.
Yep. So it's going to be a scrum here for Westlake. getting word that there's about 2 minutes left, so it looks like our clock is correct. Clock on the field is not. Probably time was stopped for too long, maybe on the field clock. So
it's almost as if we're better than Gabe.
Gabe is the one controlling the clock right now, so that's what we're saying.
Ooh, nice strong run by the inside center here. But again, it looks like it's going to be blown up, and another stiff arm to the face. That's 3 that we've seen in this game. 2 by Westlake, 1 by Taymana. Not sure what's in the water here, but
it's the rain.
It must be the rain. Maybe they just find each other's faces real attractive and just need to, rough them up a little bit jealousy.
Maybe. Maybe.
When did you move here? Are you staying here now? What school do you go to in Hamilton? Oh, it's a Modi school? Oh, you play for everyone? For the boys? Yeah, one of my boys plays with it, but I forgot his name. I don't know. This is like my first time playing since I was like 14. Yeah. Yeah. I came here in 2021 during the summer to play basketball, but then I quit. Bro, we rush our school in basketball. Frick your school, you're too good. Yeah, now that school. Desert Hills. Like I played these guys during the summer, bro. I nearly got dunked on. I had to push the guy. He was like the someone guy. Well, I was like
Westlake with their backs up against the wall down on the side of the field. Strong, hard running by the inside center. Breaks through 2 tackles and is finally brought down after storming through. Taymana being staunch on defense. Trying Westlake maintaining that possession. Not able to do a little bit of penalty, not rolling away, not clearing out. So
I stayed with my mom and my other So you play league?
another quick tap for Westlake as they're looking to score a final consolation try to end off their season, as Taymana will be advancing to next week championship round, and Westlake will have their season cut short today as the Westlake player is held up in the air, and that's going to be the game. That's the game. Taymana takes it.
Great showing by both sides.
Thanks for watching this game. Up next, we've got Layton Christian Academy
versus
Genesis. Should be an exciting match, the final one of the day. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's time for LCA versus Genesis.
My name's Coleman, and I'm here with Ben with Game On Live Studio. Happy to be here on this, rainy day, last game of the day as well, right?
Yeah, we're bringing you the hip-hopping and hottest games of the night, so very excited for this match. Genesis.
LCA?
Genesis boots it to LCA.
We're gonna reel it back in here.
We gotta focus up here, Coleman. This is a major game. Playoffs is happening. Penalty started off not clearing out, so LCA is gonna have an early penalty opportunity to get some more territory and keep the possession.
As I was saying, LCA number 1 seed, Genesis number 4 seed. Very, very competitive tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had, Varsity Blue Tier 1, you had LCA, Genesis, Brighton, Salt Lake Valley RHINOS, all very competitive clubs, all have a history of success. And so, this is going to be, I'm expecting, even though it's a 1 versus 4 seed, I'm expecting it to be very close.
Yeah, no, this whole division is very competitive, very close, should be very exciting. They had a beautiful Haka face-off at the beginning of this match, get the blood pumping a little bit, should have some awesome intensity, some great skills, and show off the top rugby performance here.
Yeah, indeed.
Some great skills.
I believe LCA was invited to nationals this year, so hopefully they perform well in the state playoffs, and then also continuing that success, national playoffs.
Yeah. We did just come out of a rainstorm, and there's a little bit of a trickle still, so ball handling is going to be absolutely critical today for both these teams. So they might need to tighten it up a little bit, keep the ball in hand, and Genesis now stole the ball from a loose ball by the LCA, so they're now on the front foot, attacking, running downhill. Again.
You know what rain means?
Wet ball.
And you know what wet ball means?
Knock-ons.
That's right. You expect to see a little bit of knock-ons there, ball on the ground quite a bit. And the more the ball is on the ground, the way it's going to get. Therefore, more knock-ons. It's a terrible cycle to be in. So
awful.
You'd love to see, maybe a line-out happen where you can dry off the ball a little bit.
Yep.
And then, keep the ball in hand so you don't have to get it wet anymore.
No, exactly right? It's not like football where you can change out the football every play, you can dry it off between every play. And the crazy thing about rugby, your jerseys are going to get just as wet as the ball is. So you can't use it to dry it off or anything like that. Believe it or not, water is wet.
Yeah.
So,
well, some would argue it's not, but
would you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
All I'm saying is if you add more water to water, does it get more wet?
It gets exponentially more wet.
It's the same wetness.
LCA with the pass out to the left from the scrum, keeping his legs alive, keeping driving forward. Oh, but Genesis able to get that ball from that breakdown. Now they're on the offense. Lots of intensity in this game already, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. And both teams really trying to set a precedence of, domination, right? They're just going, both play styles I feel like are very similar, right? Both very athletic teams, both very big teams. And so it's really right now just, trading blows at this point.
Penalty for LCA. Penalized for Genesis not releasing. LCA is going to opt for the scrum. Don't see this often.
You don't, and usually that means that they either feel very confident in their scrum, maybe they've seen some, film on Genesis and feel like there's something that they could exploit, or, they're just trying to avoid a line out, because the ball is wet. They don't want to have to risk a throw. A few things. So, but it's just, a very interesting decision. We'll see if it pays off here.
It does look like LCA has a nice setup in their back line. Maybe they have some sneaky scrum moves, 22-ish meters out from the try line. Great attacking opportunity if they have a backward movement, and you're seeing the fly half and fullback shift across, dummy pass behind the center, over the top to the wing, unable to corral that one in, but a very sneaky scrum play that they're probably waiting just for that center field scrum this whole time.
Yeah, and that's something that you always have to look out for, especially with center scrums, right? That split back line, so many options that you can attack from, right? You can go to that weak side, you can go to the strong side, anything. You could move players over as the ball's coming through that scrum to get an immediate overlap and catch the opposition sleeping. That's, as somebody that's played against multiple split back lines, anxiety is at an all-time high in regards to defense. So
yeah, no. I would say that, defending that, you're probably more nervous than a gypsy with a mortgage.
I would be very nervous out of a gypsy with a mortgage.
Yeah, so LCA looking for the counterattack. Fly half passing out to the wing. Wing not corralling it. A little bit too casual there, but able to put on some magic footwork. Tries to keep the ball in, but ends up throwing it forward.
Now I'm seeing their fly half here, a little bit of a limp on the LCA side, and I've been able to watch number 10 on LCA's side grow and continue playing in UIR on LCA, and he's a key player for LCA, and to see him injured and is not always good to see for LCA. So I hope he's able to walk it off a little bit, but keep an eye on that and how it can change their game plan a little bit.
Yeah. Especially at the beginning of the game, right? He might have been injured last week during practice this week, and he's very resilient. He's gonna fight, and especially in playoffs against a big team like this, it's critical to have that happen.
Yeah, no, definitely.
LCA gets that ball back, passes out wide, looking to spread this ball, finding the gap. They do find a gap, but he's through it already. The inside center with some speed all the way through, and is going to circle around and dot it underneath the posts. Beautiful little spot on the gap there. Just biding their time, waiting to see a gap, and taking advantage of it right off the get-go.
Yeah, I do want to correct you a little bit. You said underneath the post. That was very much outside the post. So, a try nonetheless, but not underneath the post. LCA doing a great job. I mean, very much, distributing the ball, being very quick with getting the ball through the hands. I mean, that's something that you can always try to, you can always see with LCA is their high IQ when it comes to backline moves and exploiting gaps and manipulating defenses. LCA here with the conversion. Looks like it's their 8-man kicking, which you don't always see.
Yeah.
8-man with the boot.
Well, one of the more embarrassing things that ever happened in my rugby career was having our lock dry place kicks. And one of my team. So
I was on that team.
That's a little bit of it's a no one else sort of thing.
That's true.
But
I've seen it all at that point.
He slots it through easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and goes on that lead 7-0.
Yep. We're what? A couple minutes in?
Yep, about
10 minutes.
8 minutes.
8 minutes in. Score is only 7-0. Very manageable here for Genesis. I mean, I'm very impressed with how well they've been doing right now in regards to defense and really weathering the storm that is LCA and their attack, right? Now I'd love to see Genesis try to get ball in hand and keep that ball in hand and really try to, trade punches with LCA the best they can.
Yeah. LCA just so quick and powerful. They're going to exploit any kind of holes that Genesis leaves open, so it's absolutely critical that they keep that defensive structure clean because LCA can spread that ball without any issue. Good thumping tackle there by Genesis. Comes off the foot, so LCA can retain possession. Pops out, but diving over is the call. Penalized.
Is that 8-man going for, he's their kicker, it looks like. Kicking for touch here. Maybe being a little bit, conservative in that placement, but I'm always a better safe than sorry kind of guy, right? We talked about this earlier in another game. That risk reward of, do you kick it, you go for a little bit more distance and risk it not going into touch, or do you play it safe and know 100% that it would go into touch? I would say most coaches argue
get it out.
It's 100% out.
Yeah, get it out, because if you don't get it out, it's a turnover, right?
Right.
You give the ball back. So always get the ball out, make sure it's secure, then worry about where it goes.
Yeah, no, that's very fair.
LCA with a clean line out, sending it across 10 with nobody back for Genesis. The fullback nowhere to be seen.
That's that rugby IQ coming into play, right?
Yep. Just be able to look up, spot that open space in the back, dotting it right there perfectly, puts Genesis under a lot of pressure, and that pressure results in a penalty for LCA inside the Genesis half.
Yeah. I would expect LCA to continue to do that. I mean, it's one of those types you think about, and I know rugby, different from football, yada, yada, but, you think about football, you do, a run play, right? You do an off tackle over and over and over again. You have to have them commit. The defense has to commit to that run, and you pop with a play action, right? Same kind of concept here, right? You have a defense like Genesis getting into the face of LCA. You pop it behind them a few times. LCA has to respect that kick down, right? So they have to commit a defender, probably one of their wings, to defending that kick, which gives them another opportunity in regards to a numbers advantage to swing it out wide.
Yeah. LCA now with a great attacking platform. Really loving what LCA is doing on their attacking scrums. Great movement of the back line. Some great movement with the centers, dummy lines, looping arounds. See what they have planned here.
Looks like they're moving the number 10. He was back at fullback, but then they moved him back into his fly half position.
We got a short on penalty to LCA. See if they're going to tap and what they'll do off that. Just a simple head up with a tap and go to the 8. 8 strong run there, brought down by the Genesis defense. Quick ball out to the fly half. Fly half skips it over the 12 to 13. 13 feeds out to the fullback. A little bit of space on the outside, but Genesis has numbers supporting him, rushing over.
Did a nice little step back inside to avoid getting tackled in the touch.
A little bit of a handling error there, so the referee's going to call that back to the original infraction of leaving your feet.
See, Genesis calling for their defense to spread out because they see LCA's getting their defense spread out, or their back line spread out.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume LCA is just going to go head up with them here.
Let's go!
Looks like LCA, again, opting for a scrum once again.
They've got a lot of confidence in their forward pack and probably have some well-drilled scrum plays. Rain, weather probably has an impact on that decision as well.
Definitely. I'd be interested if they go weak side here, because, I mean, unless they're just going to do like a driving, they're just going to drive it all the way through. Well, looks like they're
going to do an 8-man pick. Loses footing a little bit, but able to still gain a couple meters. LCA able to resource properly at the REC and secure that possession. Ball goes to ground, but able to get the ball out to the centers. Able to keep his legs driving, pumping through. Finally is brought down. Genesis diving over. That's going to be penalized.
It's always tempting to see the ball sitting there.
Yeah.
Just, untouched, but you have to go through that gate. You can't go through the side there.
Quick tap by LCA, gives it over to the hook. The hook goes through, rolls over, not quite there yet, dives across, but that's going to be a double movement. So penalty on LCA for a double movement. Genesis with a quick tap, interesting choice there.
I mean, I don't feel like Genesis LCA.
Little cut across the, little cut into the gap, made some meters. Maybe a smart choice to keep the ball in hand and push it through. Looks like neither team is really wanting to kick that ball into touch and deal with the line out with the wet.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about LCA's attack, right? If you,
another penalty.
I would definitely quick tap it right here, just because of LCA's ability to counterattack, right?
Yep.
You don't want to give that ball over to such a high octane attack. And so, Genesis being smart, keeping that ball in hand, going with the quick taps, making sure they secure their rucks here, just to put some more points on the board.
Yeah, this is the first really attacking position for Genesis, so get to see how they string some phases along and see what their general attacking strategy is going to be.
Yeah.
Looks like it's the classic one pass hit up, trying to exploit the outside, and what a thumping tackle that was.
He got up a little slower after that one.
Yeah.
But he goes at it again.
These are two hard-hitting big teams, and it's going to be entertaining for sure.
Playing on the ground, maybe? There's going to be a scrub. Oh, knock on. They're calling.
You're doing great. Hey, just make sure you put your effort in the right places. Effort in the right places. That's all I ask. You're doing great. Good effort. Let's go, boys. You guys are doing good.
It's going to be a scrum down for LCA.
Okay, let's go.
So far, scrums have been pretty evenly matched.
Yeah.
Not really too dominating on one side or the other. LCA passes back out to the back line, not able to corral that one, was a bit low. And as we know, when it rains, what happens?
Knock-ons.
Knock-ons.
I just wanted to speed up the when it rains, what happens? Wet ball. Wet ball, knock-ons. Right.
What has knock-ons, scrums, and here we go, having a scrum here. A great attacking position for Genesis. This is, almost a great spot for an attacking scrum. Ideally wanted, a little bit close to the try line, but center field, inside your opponent's half. Great opportunity for a lot of different options.
Wow.
But LCA with a huge shove there.
Maybe an early push?
Looks like the ref wasn't happy with it, so he does look like his body motion is kind of signaling an early push. So they're going ahead and restart this. Genesis, on the other hand, looks like they have a little bit going on. Coleman, what would you generally do with an attacking scrum in this position?
Attacking scrum in this position, I mean, honestly, I would go for a split back line. I always think it's, like I said, I hate defending against it. I know everyone else would probably hate defending against it. And I would try to, look at what the defense did as far as matching me up and then just trying to go the opposite side.
Yeah.
Keep it nice and simple.
Yep. No, I mean, right here, right, great opportunity. LCA is defending this kind of choice well with it looks like their fullback right directly behind the scrum so he can defend both sides. A great choice for Genesis is an 8-man pick to the right side, having their center come and support that, pop it off to the 9, then you have the center and wing against, LCA a little bit outnumbered.
Yeah.
If they're able to resource, great, but that's a great challenge for the LCA defense.
And it looks like
it might do exactly that.
Look at you go.
So I'll chalk that one up as a W for old Benjamin boy over here.
Yeah.
As LCA is doing some great draw and pass.
What LCA is doing well is hitting gaps at pace. Right, I mean, you don't always see that, right? You're having a runner with the ball setting up that gap for another runner to just, have a quick little pass inside at pace and not even allowing the defense to really respond at all.
Yeah. No, it makes a world of difference when you're hitting the ball at pace rather than catching it flat-footed, right? It's just so hard for people to get in the right position to tackle you because you're full steam ahead, nailing those gaps, and that's what LCA is doing well.
Yep. I'll give a shout out here to the match day officials. Doing a great job. They've been out here all day. Putting in the work, getting in the rain, and really just they are the wheels that keep this car turning. That's
you were looking for something.
I was looking for something.
You were looking for something. Not sure if you reached that point, but you got the idea across. So.
It's the wheels that keep this train going. That's what I was looking for.
There it is. Oh, it almost reminds me of a song, "The Promontory Point," that you would sing in 4th grade in Utah about the trains keep on rolling down the tracks. Met in Promontory Point in 1869 or something like that.
Don't remember that one.
Fun history lesson. Well,
just kidding.
It shows. Genesis retains possession here. Trying to pass it out, but another handling error with the wet ball. As we know, wet balls create knock-ons, and knock-ons create scrums. So we're going to be a scrum down for LCA.
I thought of another addition to that. Scrums create
opportunity.
No, angry forwards.
Oh, that's, what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah. I just always remember when we'd have a game full of knock-ons.
Yeah.
How angry all of the forwards would be because it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Well, they're putting in the work, and then as soon as the ball gets passed out of the backs, we drop it, and then it's not our fault. It's not our problem.
It's true.
It's not our choice that the forwards want to be forwards, huh? Eight pick on the weak side, feeds it off to the 9, then feeds it off to the wing. Great ball in hand play by LCA. Quick recycle now, little show and go by the 8-man. Another little offload. The LCA doing well just to keep the continuity going, keeping the game flowing. Sending it out wide. Huge skip pass there. They've got an overlap, but Genesis did well to cut it off to kind of stop that. It was an easy 3-on-1, but Genesis came up just in the nick of time to get that. Pass out to the prop. Huge hit there. Slides up. They steal that ball. They're bouncing to the Genesis side. And now they have a little bit of a counterattack going with a kick back. Doesn't get it into hands. Don't know what happened there. It looked like it was a little bit of a block, maybe a little bit of a cross run. Either way, Genesis retains and the ref doesn't blow it up, so play continues. Genesis tackled behind the game line, gets the ball out again, looking for some sort of go-forward ball. They had a great opportunity there. Genesis, another handling error. Ball squirts out in front of them. Not able to retain possession. And LCA again with a great attacking platform to try and put another try on the board. Ooh, some fancy footwork.
Fancy footwork on both sides.
I guess you could say his hips just don't lie. You know, he's dancing all over. Hard running in there by the prop. Genesis able to bring him down. There's some great tackling being displayed here. Genesis able to get over the ball, but ref is not happy with the offside, so he calls it up. Quick tap by the 8-man, and the 8-man gets over, not underneath the posts, since we're going to be little posts officials now.
Yes, very true. I mean, it's hard to defend that quick tap. You know, it's so quick. You're still trying to understand. I mean, in any sport, you really look to the referee, right, when he, blows his whistle. And usually, in rugby, you just got to be real heads up. You hear a whistle, you see the hand go up, just no matter what it is. If it's a penalty against you, you got to get back 10. You got to go quick because, you could pay for it. And here we just saw, LCA was very quick on that quick tap and got 5 points.
Yep. No, that's the beautiful thing about rugby, right? Very little other sports have the opportunity for you as a player to take advantage of a penalty.
Yeah.
Right? You're always waiting on the referee. Basketball, you're waiting on the referee. Football, you're waiting on the referee. Rugby, as soon as the whistle blows and you see that hand go up, you can make an instant reaction to that.
Yeah.
And that's where a great rugby IQ shows, and the 8-man took advantage of that, and hopefully we'll have 2 extra points to add on to his try.
Indeed. You love to be able to cap on an extra 2 after the try of your own,
Yeah,
I've never been able to do that myself because I don't kick. Not because I can't.
And the conversion is good, so he does tack on the 2. He himself has 9 points on the day.
I think he scored. Did he not score the other one?
No, I think it was one of the centers.
You're right. You are right.
So, building on their lead, 14-0, but Genesis, right? Just a few handling errors here or there. Other than that, they could be in this game.
I mean, definitely, and I think that, you always get nervous in situations like this, right? You're playing the number 1 seed as a 4 seed, right? You think because they're up, 14, what is it? Yeah, 14-0. Sometimes you start getting your head like, can we really do this? But I mean, 14 points is not a lot.
It's not a lot. No.
And to be able to keep arguably one of the better teams in the state to only 14 points in the first half, I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
They're still in this game. There's, once you score, you get the ball right back. You could score again. Anything can happen in a minute 30.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that Genesis can do it. It's just really, whether or not they want to mentally stay in check there. And continue to get the ball. I mean, there's a whole other half to be played, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still 10 minutes in this one. So, I would hope that, Genesis, sticks through this because they have the players, they have the athleticism.
Yeah.
It's really just a mental game at this point.
No, on the other field earlier today, I was watching the American Fork Cavemen versus the Kearns Cougars, and American Fork was down 28-7 or something like that. And they came back and won the game.
Wow.
So definitely definitely within the realm of possibility for Genesis to stay in this game, get a few quick scores on the board, and really, show off what they can do. would be a major upset. LCA is the favorite, but Genesis breaking through the line here, showing that little step, trying to get across. Penalty, they tried to slow down the ball a little bit too much. Rugby's about speed, and the rules kind of help promote that. With a thumping little hit there, with an offload.
I mean, here it's imperative for Genesis to keep possession. Don't get desperate. You're only down 14. Fortunately, you know, what ball means? Knock-ons.
Knock-ons. Yeah, that's right. Okay, sorry. I was trying to think of what, you know. The web ball can mean a lot of things.
Yep.
But here we go. Quick counterattack. LCA so fast, so quick.
It's going to be an advantage here for LCA as a knock-on.
Going to be a knock-on. LCA players are appealing, saying, hey, you know, kind of dangerous tackle, dove at the feet. BYU last week lost to Cal because Dylan Perry dove at the feet of
Wyatt Perry.
Wyatt Perry dove at the feet of one of the players, very similar to that tackle. BYU player penalized.
Really?
Here's not. Yep.
Why was that penalized?
You know what? I ask myself that question a lot.
I mean, where else are you supposed to tackle?
Well, I think the claim was that he didn't wrap. He kind of just dove down at the dove at the ankles.
Got it.
But you know, it's hard to wrap down there, right? Genesis with an attack off the right side of the scrum, sizing each other up for a nice little meat slap. Gets pushed back onto his back. Strong run there.
LCA getting in the face of Genesis, stopping any type of momentum that they could have.
Offside, so LCA going to be pushed back. Genesis opting for the quick tap again.
You know,
unfortunate knock on there. Had an opportunity, but squandered it.
I don't know if I agree with the quick taps right now.
You know,
the ball. I understand. You know, the ball's wet, but LCA is stout on defense, and just getting any type of advantage meter-wise is something that Genesis could really benefit from, right?
Definitely.
They can kick from touch, get an extra 10, 15 meters, and do some sort of, you know, line-out move, or, you know, give them an opportunity to score. But I think getting that quick tap right now, LCA is just so quick on their defensive shape that, and their defensive line, that, you know, Genesis needs to maybe change things up a little bit in that aspect, and you know, try to benefit off of these penalties that LCA has given them.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right? Territory is such a crucial game of rugby. If you know, are constantly playing in somebody else's half, whether you have the ball or not, it just adds that extra little bit of pressure on them, right? Because it makes that margin of error so much smaller. And LCA with a beautiful pass, but deemed forward. LCA not happy about that at all. It was pretty on the line. We had a pretty good look here. What would you say, Coleman?
Didn't seem blatant to me, you know, and it's one of those things where, from what I've understood and listened to when it comes to these refs, it's not actually the path of the ball, rather where his hands end up is what constitutes as a forward pass. If his hands, you know, end up being as a forward motion, then it would be considered a forward pass, whereas if the ball actually goes forward after it's been thrown, right, they're throwing it back, but the ball gets carried forward, it's a little different, you know? Right. Momentum carries that. It really is end up where the hand goes.
Yeah.
I could be 100% wrong, but that's what, from what I've been told from some referees.
Well, no, because when you're running full speed ahead, right, and you pass that ball, it's going to end up farther down the field than where you let it go. So it all just depends on terms of, you know, perspective. Where that ball ends up and where those hands are pointing.
Yep. Looks like here
Genesis found a little bit of an outside edge there on the weak side. Keeps going. Keeps the ball alive. Genesis looking to recycle it quick. LCA up fast on defense, ready to stop any kind of outlet pass.
LCA seemed back quicker on defense than Genesis seemed on offense.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even think that Genesis understood that they had the ball.
You're kind of in shock, right? When somebody makes a big sneaky break like that, you on offense, you're like, oh, is that really just happened?
Yep.
Nice little pass out. They got an overlap, but a good tackle by the LCA wing. Should have let that ball go. And it's a penalized. Wow, Genesis had an option, 2-on-1, kept the ball. ended up in a penalty for holding on, not able to make it happen.
I mean, it's always that, excitement, and you see the try line, you understand.
Eyes get big.
Eyes get very big. You get tunnel vision a little bit. Sometimes you go a little deaf, hear them screaming for it, but, it's unfortunate. LCA is not, out in the clear yet. There's still a little bit of pressure, right?
Definitely.
I mean, they can kick for touch. Here they don't make touch here. And so, the pressure's still applied to LCA, right?
Great counter-attacking opportunity here for Genesis. He breaks a couple tackles, eventually is dragged down. Genesis quickly snaps that ball up, puts on a little bit of a fend. They've got numbers on that far side. They've got some numbers, they got some breaks. It's dragged down, dragged out of bounds. Unfortunate for Genesis again. LCA looking for a quick line out. Risky business in their own 22. They do a quick line out. 10 puts on a little bit of fancy footwork, sends the ball out wide far. Playing advantage for a late hit. LCA playing very loose and goosey right now, opting for the quick line out.
Part of me wonders if that's was beneficial, right? I don't think Genesis was expecting it by any means. When you're in, obviously, there's a lot of pressure when you're defending against your try line, but you get advantage, you get the ball back in a line out so close to your own try line. It's still a lot of pressure, right? Anything could happen. You could, you could drop the line out pass. You could, not get a good kick. The defense could get right in front of you. So the pressure wasn't relieved, and so maybe LCA saw okay, Genesis isn't expecting a quick line out. Do a quick line out, get an extra cheeky, 10-15 meters, and go from there.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And the penalty at the end of those 10-15 meters definitely helps out.
Yep. Definitely.
Just a little bit of lack of discipline from Genesis with that late hit, but LCA looking to smack this one out of bounds. Looks like it stays in, just goes out. So LCA gains some good territory there, almost to the halfway line. Booming kick from LCA 8. Very exciting. Looks like tempers might have been flaring a little bit after that late hit. Asking each other how their day's going. Some not so happy about it, but looks like they have their, nerves calmed and ready to start playing some rugby again. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of passion in this game, right?
Yeah, was it the hooker, though? It's always the hookers with a little bit of action.
Probably is, right?
LCA here with the line out.
Sends the ball out wide. A few dummy runners. They got some overlap. They have 2 on none. They got some speed, though. Needed to do that one more pass. LCA now working the phases back to the right. The 8-man slips a little bit right before contact, which is always a scary thought, right? You see that shoulder coming in.
I don't know. He stopped play there for a sec. I don't know if I agree with this. No.
That's going to be yellow card. I don't know if I agree with it either, right? When a player slips, there's not much you can do.
Yeah.
In terms of, stopping that, but
would it have been a penalty? 100%. A high tackle is a high tackle. However, was it flagrant? I don't know. However, maybe he was the one that was, talking a little bit, had his temper flaring, and, that plays a role in that decision.
It all situational, right?
Yep.
And it was. So it's all situational. The ref wants to keep control of the game, wants to make sure that everything is played properly within the right realm. So
yeah. Looks like because he's a prop, they're going to have to make some changes here. Maybe even a sub to account for a key part of the scrum. Looks like they're just going to have their 8-man be that prop.
Again, that reason being scrummaging as a prop, very technical, very, very advanced. You can't just have anyone go in there, substitute in. There's a lot of technique to it, a lot of safety concerns.
Yep.
So for them to bring someone on that is able to scrum is of utmost importance to make sure that everyone's safe with such a vulnerable spot for the necks.
Yep.
As LCA picks it off to the right and continues to attack that right side.
That's a good time.
Looks like
heard that high-pitched noise, blessing all of our ears. It's going to be halftime on the field. However, the official has the real time, so we're going to, go on his time here, and it looks like they're going to go with a quick tap. We get an extra few points before the end of half.
And if Genesis is able to keep LCA out of the try zone, which doesn't look like they'll be able to do, so I'll just completely ignore what I was going to say.
Yeah.
LCA able to add on a couple extra points throughout the end of the half to go in a little bit more confident.
Yep.
However, Coleman, what adjustments need to be made? Genesis still in this game, still able to come back?
100%. I think that Genesis, needs to mentally, check back in. I think, you hear LCA here, best in state, you're number 1 seed. You think, okay, we're down 20.
19-0.
Yeah, 19-0. Who knows what happens here, but you come in 19-0, 21-0. Can we really come back? I think, one, mentally check in. Two, they've gotten very close to that try line a multitude of times. By no means are they, not successful in their attack, right? But it's just making those key decisions when they need to, right? Making that extra pass, choosing to kick for touch rather than, than do a quick tap. Just things like that, being clever rather than, being panicked. I think that's one of the biggest things that they can, improve on for the second half. I have all the confidence in the world in Genesis, to make this happen, but really at the end of the day, it's up to them.
Yep. No, great. And with that, the conversion is made. It's good. Beautiful kick there on the sideline. LCA goes into halftime up 21-0 in this first round of the Utah Rugby Youth Playoffs. Very exciting stuff, and exciting second half to come.
Yep.
Stay tuned. Welcome back to the second half of LCA versus Genesis. LCA starts to kick off this second half as they're up 21-0. Genesis with a quick attack here, poking the ball through with a nice little sneaky kick. Puts it on his foot again to double that up. But his speed is just next level here at the foot of LCA fly half with a nice little sneaky pass out the back door. As they quickly bring the ball back over to the Genesis half.
That's a lot of running to do right off the bat.
Right off the bat, attacking. Loses the ball in contact, but they have him come out of bounds, and LCA is going to keep possession. So a little bit of a fire in both teams.
I mean, yeah. I mean, basically, second half, you always hear about those halftime talks like, hey, it's a new half, it's 0-0. I think both of these teams are really trying to make a statement. LCA trying to put it away, and Genesis really just trying to, stay in this and make a statement.
Yeah, definitely. Line out to LCA, going for the front pod. Almost one of the first lineups we've seen all game.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I would assume we would see a little bit more, especially with, the sun coming out a little bit, things warming up.
The ball's not wet anymore. You know what happens when the ball's not wet?
No more knock-ons.
No more knock-ons. Or at least hopefully.
Right.
Genesis now has the ball back. Looking to create some space. Might be looking for a clearance kick here as they keep the ball in hand for now. Just looking for ball security. Again, absolutely critical to keep possession when you're up against the wall like this. Getting the ball wide and a hard hit there. As he is brought down, and Genesis is going to take their time to recycle this ball as they pass it out to a charging forward pack. Stopped in their tracks by 3 strong LCA forwards. Ball pops out, and the 9 pokes it through with his toe. LCA himself also pokes it back to their 10, who's speedster as ever. Finding the gap, shooting it through. Little step left, step right, and he's all the way through with a little pass out the back door. Could have probably finished that one himself, but, teamwork makes the dream work.
Unselfishly, but then, giving the ball up there. Maybe? They dropped it for a little bit. I was looking at the screen because I can't really see over here, but did they lose it for a sec? Sometimes I can't tell from this camera angle. Did LCA lose it for a second after he made that pass?
They did. They lost it, but it was a penalty to LCA.
Thought I was crazy.
This is why I do the play-by-play, and Coleman's just here to look good, but...
I'm looking at myself in the camera. I don't know if you might be here for all the reasons that I'm just here for.
But LCA does get over the line and dot it down underneath the post this time. So that's definitely beneath the posts.
Nice. I mean, Genesis looking a little worse for wear here. Getting in the second half, you don't always love to see that.
Yeah, they came out aggressive. They poked it through. I think a secret for Genesis, if they want to stay in this game, is they've got to keep possession.
Yeah.
They've got to keep that possession. They can't kick it away. The counterattack by LCA is just too fast, too quick. And, the counterattack in general, the kick chase in general in high school rugby is just not quite there yet.
Yeah.
You don't have enough time to really develop it. You don't have enough time to really work it through. So if you have a speedster like the fly half on LCA, if you have some dangerous backs, that's dangerous.
Right.
And so you want to keep the possession. You don't want to kick it away. You want to keep that ball in hand, and that's what Genesis has to do if they want to start crawling back into this game.
Yeah, and the single most way to do that really, like you said, keep possession of the ball, but it really comes down to patience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Understanding that, you don't need to have an amazing breakthrough try from your own 22-meter line going 80 meters into that try line, right? And right off the cuff in the half, right? It's methodically moving down the line, taking what the defense gives you, just moving it, a couple meters at a time, and go with your game, right? With strong runners here with Genesis, secure those rucks, and then just trust the process, right? You're gonna get the ball back, right after you score. So might as well just keep things close, keep things tight, and just move forward. But always want to preface this with, end it with easier said than done.
Yeah, yep. Definitely, it's like when you tell your friend some advice, but you don't want to ruin their life, so you go, but, I don't know though. You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, you know, I got great advice on everything, but do I apply my own advice? No. Same kind of concept here. I'd probably be doing the same thing these guys are. That's why I'm in the booth. So
no, that's why we're analysts here.
Right.
You know,
we can analyze everybody all day, but can we do it ourselves? Maybe not.
Yep. It's easy to look out, right?
Yeah, so true.
I don't worry about the mote in my eye. I'm looking at all the beams in your guys' eyes. That's what I'm seeing. All right.
So true. Genesis here with the line out. See what they do. Try to be, I mean, we talked about possession, but at the same time, you want to talk about smart play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you kick it out? You know, relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, see, right now, just because you got the fly half back at playing out fullback, you got to keep possession. Even though it's dangerous, you know, they're up against the wall, kicking it out to that fly half, it's been shown that he's going to strike from anywhere.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they kept it here and it doesn't look good for Genesis, so.
And not at all.
Strike one for you.
Looks like it looks like it's a kind of a pick your poison sort of event, right?
I mean, and that just goes to show how complete maybe LCA is.
Yeah.
You know, they have the opportunity to move their 10 into a position where he can facilitate an attack when they are on offense, but then on defense still be a threat. Basically, he's defending a whole 2/3 of the field just by his presence in the back, right? Mm-hmm. Genesis is too scared to, I don't want to say too scared. Genesis, you know, there's a threat that they're back there that they have to be aware of.
Genesis has kicked the ball twice this half. Both times he's ran it back to the try line.
Yeah. So I mean, that in and of itself is a huge presence back there, and so him being able to be that diverse, LCA knowing that and being able to have that type of game plan in place just goes to show their coaching, their rugby IQ, and and how complete it is. Genesis can be as patient as they want, but at some point they really need to start getting a little bit more aggressive, believing in their attack, keeping that possession, but not taking too many risks and just taking what Genesis gives them, or LCA is giving them. Because there's going to be gaps, and they've been able to exploit it previously. You know what I mean? They've taken it to their own try. They've taken it to LCA's try line. It's just a few mistakes that haven't pushed them over. In my eyes, this would be like could be a 14-point game if Genesis had been able to finish off where they could have finished off their tries. But LC's doing a great job.
I agree, and they build on their lead 35-0. So the yellow card is up. So Genesis now back at full strength. Kind of forgot about that. That Genesis has been playing a man down for quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they're able to kind of get some momentum back, being at full strength now.
Seems like a long yellow card to me.
It did seem like a long one, but maybe a lot just happened.
That's true.
LCA now passing out to the left, trying to expose the edges there, but looks like we got a forward pass or a knock on. Going to be scrummed down for Genesis.
I mean, here, do we see 10? Yeah, I was going to say, do we see that 10 sitting back in that fullback position? But yeah, he's still sitting there. Do you think he's just matching up against a man, or do you think he's just there for that kick defense?
I think he's there for that kick defense. I think that's, his open field speed, his vision, his IQ. That's where he's going to be the biggest threat, right?
Yeah.
Haven't really seen him on defense, tested on defense a whole lot, and today especially. So wouldn't be surprised. Put him in the back, wait for a kick, have him there for a counterattack, bring up the fullback in normal times when you need that defensive structure in place, and work with that setup.
Yeah. I mean, that makes you really think, can Genesis try to swing it out wide, put that pressure on this 14 and that 10, and really test him there on that defense. I mean, right as I say that,
and
putting that same kind of pressure.
They do exactly that, and now we'll see if he tested. He was tested, and I would say did not pass.
Well, I mean, credit to Genesis and their speed and athleticism there to take that little step in. But it looks like they're not calling a try there. What are they calling?
Having a bit of a conference down there.
So maybe he did pass.
See what's going on.
You know, now having said that, I mean, you know, regardless, you know, the tackle really wasn't made. And so that could be an opportunity for Genesis, that little spark that they may need.
Yeah.
To swing it out wide like that, you know. I mean, Genesis has been trying, you know, some kicks. Obviously, LCA has been able to counter that very, very well. Going up the middle, they've been able to. Their centers of LCA very strong. Maybe swinging out wide and getting that space, because I mean, Genesis has the athleticism.
Definitely.
You know, and it could be an opportunity for them to start exploiting that.
Yeah. No try. Looks like it's going to be a scrum down to Genesis. Interesting. So, no try, but a scrum down for Genesis. Not sure what exactly happened there for that. I'm going to assume that, you know, Genesis had possession. They got over the line. Something happened. Wasn't very clear, so they're just going to restart the game. That's my best guess there.
Maybe we go to the VAR. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Got a little guest here.
Got a guest in the backstage. No, you know, every great team.
So
every team
in the background. He's got a rugby ball. He's an up-and-coming rugger. So
every team has a weakness, right? And I think Genesis just needed a little bit of time to figure out what that was for LCA. Looks like it might be those fringe attacks. We saw that in the first half when they attacked the left side multiple times. They broke through the line 3 or 4 times on that far side and got very close to the try line. So fortunately, we do have those wings on this side, so we get to see a little bit more of that action.
Right.
See if Genesis is able to exploit that and kind of come back into this game.
Yeah.
Still got plenty of time, still able to do it. Definitely doable, but gonna need to start putting in some tries.
Yep, and we're needing to get this, you know, game going.
Show on the road. I also did finger guns there. Boom.
We don't have the camera on us anymore.
Hey, boom, there it is.
So as we're squatting, you can't see us anymore. That's good.
LCA with a great shove to push the Genesis scrum back.
Looks like it's called for wheeling.
Yep.
Got a small window to view from. So we're doing every angle possible to get a nice little view of this. It's like the one blind spot the booth has.
Genesis scrum half puts it right underneath the hooker's leg. The 8-man picks. Got some strength on him. Takes a couple players to bring him down, but a risky little offload there. Inside center, though, able to go back and snap it up. Not the cleanest play there, but Genesis retains possession and retains their attack. Looking to spread it out wide a little bit. Not able to keep the ball in hand and just kind of...
This is the exact opposite of what you want to be doing as
Exactly,
Genesis, right?
yeah.
Forcing things that don't need to be forced. Just, you know, keep ball in hand, go forward, get tackled, reset, and allow yourself to, you know, to attack.
Against such a great team like LCA, you know, you need to be absolutely clinical.
Yes.
You can't be letting anything up to chance. You can't be doing any sort of, you know, doing too much.
Yeah.
And right now, Genesis almost there. Haven't quite crossed that path yet, but it's going to be a penalty for not releasing. Genesis on the attack for going for a quick tap, passing it out. Sees a little bit of a gap, slowed down, but able just to keep his feet going.
I always love those, like, shirt wedgies.
Yep.
Shirt wedgie tackles.
Oh, a little bit of a step over, and that's a try. So Genesis scores a try. Starting to see a little bit of holes, starting to poke and prod at the LCA defense.
With about 20 minutes left, I mean, you know, if they score, you know, get this conversion, they're definitely in this game.
Right. I mean, we've seen Genesis be able to run big runs and score quickly. They just haven't been able to execute and finish on those. So definitely possible to come back in this game. Definitely possible to score that amount of points in such a small amount of time. See if it happens and see if it gets intense.
No, definitely.
It's like my camping site last night. I wanted to be 2 tenths.
You wanted to be too intense. You wanted to be in 2 tenths? Yeah, that's weird.
Well,
can you please comment in the chat?
F's in the chat. F's in the chat.
I want to be 2 tenths.
Believe it or not, that was the 3rd time of me trying that joke today. I haven't had a single one land, so thought the 3rd time was going to be the charm, but fortunately not.
You can always count on Ben and take those risks. So, proud of you, you know?
You know?
Somebody has to do it. I don't know how to recover from that. I'm gonna. We'll just wait here for Genesis to get to attempt their conversion, and then we can get this show back on the road. Slots it. Needed that one.
Goes through. He definitely did. Again, another game that I was watching earlier today. They were one team had 5 tries unconverted, so they were only up 25-0. And so the team, when they started scoring tries, they started converting. They only needed 3 or 4 tries to get in charge. So conversions are absolutely critical. LCA hasn't missed a single one. Genesis, that's going to be really important for them to make sure that they stay in this game.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, 5 tries with it unconverted. None of them, unconverted. That's 10 points gone. That's 2 whole tries that are missing.
Exactly. That's 2 less tries than your opponent needs to score to.
Exactly.
That's some quick math for you. So, Genesis, again, off to the races. Really sprinting down. He's got some speed and size and footwork.
It's going to be important to have Genesis with the support.
He was brought down but wasn't held down, so he was able to get back up. Genesis really poking some holes in there, but the ball squirts out, but it's a penalty for not releasing against LCA.
I mean, at the end of the day, do you take that a penalty?
Holy guacamole.
Blow it up?
Yes.
I mean, this is exactly what we said, Genesis can do it, right? Attack on that outside. They've done it multiple times. They did it here, the second half, did it over here on the first half. Very, very doable here for Genesis, and I think they're getting their spark back a little bit.
Yeah. They've seen that, the great LCA isn't invincible, that there are weaknesses there, and they're starting to expose them a little bit.
Yep.
Looks like Genesis is convinced that they got that try scored. The ref looking in for the final decision. See what he decides.
Usually at this point they call it held up because they just can't really tell.
But looks like they're going to go back to that penalty. Now, in this division, Coleman, you'll probably know better than me. Who would the winner of this game play next week?
They would be playing, I believe, Brighton.
Okay. So Brighton probably want to be paying extra attention as they try and get the ball out wide, but goes over the head.
No, yeah, if I were Brighton, I'd definitely be watching this game intently, obviously, but really just looking for the weaknesses of both teams and seeing, even if LCA lose or wins.
All sides by LCA.
The things that Genesis is uncovering on LCA will be advantageous.
Yeah.
For Brighton to know.
And dare I say, I don't think that those weaknesses really were exposed during the regular season. Genesis doing a pretty good job of showing that off now.
Definitely.
So, Genesis with some hard runs, trying to get across that try line, trying to score as quickly as they can, save as much time as they can. Again, running hard, getting the ball.
Genesis wasn't there.
Oh, Genesis just not there.
The support was slow.
Unfortunate there for them, but LCA with a big bump. Strong, hard running. Nice little pop there. Nice, another little pop. Some strong runs.
He wasn't held up, so he can get back up on his feet.
LCA, they really, after scoring those 2 quick tries, have been on defense most of this game, or most of this half. And just like that, they're quick to score it, but it's going to be coming back. Looks like the ref not happy with a high tackle as a few players are on the ground.
I'm interested to know why he stopped that.
There's no advantage for some reason. Yeah, that was quite curious. Maybe the ball knocked on and something that we didn't see that, allowed that to happen, but.
Or maybe he had already stopped it because it was too dangerous of a tackle and, there was an injury, so he stops it and they just kept playing and, we didn't hear the whistle, but.
Anything is possible in Utah Youth Rugby.
Anything is possible.
Coleman coming in with the musical rendition of Anything is Possible in their Lego story, so.
Is that what that's from?
It is. Anything is possible when you're part of a team. So.
Having a 3.5, 4-year-old son, you pick up on those kinds of references, so.
Well, you didn't pick up on that reference for some reason. You had to ask me about it.
I think you subconsciously knew because it's I think it's because I had a buddy that would always just say that. He'd always do something like a hike, or he would eat 5 triple doubles from In and Out, and then he would always, after videotaping, he'd always go, "Anything is possible." So that's where I got it from.
Oh, okay. Well, you heard it here first, folks.
Folks?
Eat some triple stacks at In and Out and
triple doubles.
Triple doubles
from In and Out. It's a secret menu item.
What is it?
It's 3 patties and 2 pieces of cheese.
Holy
double.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So almost self-explanatory. I don't know why I asked that question.
Yeah, you can go with the quad triple if you wanted to.
Quad triple.
Yeah, there's a 5x5, 6x. You can go up to 100x100.
How would you get your mouth around that? Huh?
You would break it up into pieces. But that's
I do like myself an In-N-Out burger.
Yep. Shout out to Sam. That was his name. LCA kicking for touch here. Getting ever closer to that try line. I would expect maybe a maul.
I would agree so. Forward pack has been quite dominating in terms of the scrum and set pieces. Should be an easy pushover maul here for LCA. And it is a maul. LCA brings it back. Ball goes to ground, but eventually gets to the hand of who needs to be there. Genesis dives on that ball. Saw some daylight there, but was just taken down. Now Genesis with some balls, trying to keep that ball in hand. Misses the tackle there. Quick step in. Had a little bit of daylight, but just snagged on the back of his shirt by the LCA defender. Strong ruck there. But Genesis gets it out and retains possession. As they continue to move forward, finding some way to poke and prod at this LCA defense, which has been quite strict. Genesis makes a couple meters there, able to go forward. Ref doesn't like something. Offsides again. LCA called multiple times for offsides, giving a little bit of opportunity to Genesis. Genesis now with some great offloads to keep the ball flowing, but unfortunately handling error brings it to a grinding halt. As LCA gets a penalty and a quick tap, and that fly half is off quick. As he gets a few offloads off, great little continuity going on here, some offloads, some ball pops, and LCA now down at the try line, looking for a little gap. Get it, doesn't get it all the way across, so they're going to have to recycle that ball with a raging in from the backside, gets across the line, dots it down, and that's another try for LCA. LCA builds on their lead even more, 40-7. With not a lot of time left. $11 minutes left. I have been abandoned by my co-announcer here, so just trying to do my best work, as he just really didn't mind to be around, I guess. It's like, you know, it's quite sad. Thought I had a good friendship with him. Guess he just completely disregards that friendship. I'm just doing what I can. If there's any guests that want to come hop on the speaker, let's go ahead and hear from our chief producer here. She's going to go ahead and tell us how Game On Live Studio, a little shout out to Game On Live Studio. Go ahead and tell us, you know, give us name, introduction, what you love about the sport of rugby. It's not on. Here we go.
Okay. Hello, my name's Amelia. I work for Game On Live Studio. To be completely honest, I actually don't know that much about rugby, so I think it's a very cool sport from what I've seen today, though. So
awesome. First day watching rugby?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. What a great introduction. Has some all-star announcers to help her introduce her to the sport, I guess, right?
For sure.
Amelia, you're doing the Lord's work. Really appreciate the help you're doing here in Game On Live Studio.
Anytime.
Looks like Coleman's getting really frustrated at Amelia right now. He wants his headset back. Coleman, calm down. You don't need to be so mean about it. Oh my gosh.
Give that headset right back, right off.
Thank you, Amelia. Appreciate it. Great stuff.
The stars behind the curtains, to be honest. They do a great job here at Game On Live Studio. Got a whole production here that wires galore. But they know exactly what they all do, and we just kind of stand here and, you know, figure it all out. So props to them and the team that's been brought out here today.
Incredible stuff. If you need some broadcasting at your sports events, hit them up. They do a fantastic job. Absolutely incredible. As the game resets now, LCA gets the ball back. Genesis now stole the ball, and they get a little bit of go forward movement here, moving his legs, not allowing himself to stop. Quick grab of the ball on the opposite side of the ruck, and looks like he might have dove too soon.
It's the worst.
There's a lot of lines on the field, and might be a bit confusing, and it's a penalty for not releasing to LCA. And look at that. Would you know it? A quick tap, and he's all the way down at midfield. Little chip up in front.
Wow, look at the speed. This is a full race. This might as well be a 100-meter dash.
Yeah.
The speed that everyone was putting on there. Oh, cramp.
Well, an unfortunate way to end that sequence of play.
You know what time it is.
You know, Coleman sometimes just looks at people running and he cramps up. So that's what.
When it gets to this,
he himself is cramping.
It's inevitable. We saw it in the game before. I saw it in the game before that one. Around this time, at least one person cramps.
You know what I saw with cramps?
Bananas.
Bananas.
That's right. You know what the great thing about bananas are?
What?
They help with cramps.
Ah, there it is. Double whammy. Should have known. Should have known.
Oh, man. Hope he's okay. Well, it looks like he got right up, so everything's good there.
You got to dramatize an injury every now and again, right? Yeah. There might be girls there. They're watching. It's prom time.
Do you want to?
Got to impress the prom date.
Your prom date?
I mean, you got to look cool, right? You're playing a tough sport.
Oh, get injured just to shake it off?
Just to shake it off. It shows how strong you are, right? You can fight through the pain.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. LCA here with another counterattack, none other than their 10. Oh, he's slow to get up there.
He is staying on the ground, but
maybe he's just, no, I'm not even going to bring it up. I was going to say maybe he's dramatizing it, but definitely not. That's, it looks like a serious injury. He's getting up.
Might have aggravated that already existing injury that he had.
Yep.
And goes slicing and dicing through the Genesis defense with a quick little offload. And that, I would say, is the fat lady singing. Game is over. A little bit.
Nail in the coffin?
Nail in the coffin.
Yep. It's unfortunate. Genesis putting on, a great, great showing today. But I wanted to say, just back on these cramps. There's one thing that I've always noticed when it comes to these cramps is when someone cramps, all bets are off in regards to, playing for the enemy team, whatever. I always have seen,
the other team go and stretch out that crap a little bit, right? For some reason, it's just like the overall, like, you know what, I understand the pain.
It's the pain, yeah.
Going in together, right? So, you know, and so it's always fun to see that, you know, camaraderie within the sport, because at the end of the day, we're all brothers playing a game that we love. No one likes to be injured.
It actually is the only game played in heaven. So, fun fact.
Or so they say.
So they say. But no, that's a great point, right? Rugby for a long time has a beautiful culture around it, right? A lot of the pro teams will go out and, you know, get some food, get some drinks after playing. You know, a lot of the teams will eat food afterwards. College teams will, you know, do little activities with the opposite team. Very different than, you know, football, very different than basketball, where you go to battle, you fight each other, then you're gone, you don't ever see each other again. Rugby does have this nice community, does have this nice vibe around it. Camaraderie.
Yes.
That's the word that you said before, and I should have used it again, but I was trying to find something new. The old noggin isn't very extensive on the vocabulary, so...
All those concussions.
The pudding brain really has some struggle to really...
Pudding brain. No. I've seen more concussions in football than I have rugby, so maybe all those concussions are from football on your side.
Yeah.
LCA looking to finish this one out. Finding us.
Wow. Looked like that was a little bit of a forward pass, but
what do we know?
The ref was a little bit behind the play that was happening, so not able to really catch that as LCA builds on that lead, and it really is just kind of a statement mark now.
Yeah, at this point I'd look to maybe see how have LCA make their subs if they haven't already, and then really just keep possession of the ball, not really make any of these flashy plays, just kind of go down, run that timeout, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, obviously you can't not score a try if it's right there in front of you, but just trying to take as much time as possible on these kicks, just to wear out that clock a little bit, and finish this game out with no injuries. I think that's really the biggest thing right now.
Yeah.
LCA, they're 10. Obviously, he's getting up slow a few times, not feeling the best. So you want to make sure that he, stays healthy as well as some other players. So
able to fight through the pain and nail that conversion, though. So I'm sure his prom date's going to love that.
Now that you mentioned prom, I was thinking about that. My senior year, when I was playing for Olympus their first year, the day of the semi game that we were playing against Snow Canyon, I was in high school, obviously, and I was at like PE or whatever, and we were playing football. We decided to play tackle football the day of the playoff game. I didn't have smart. I had sandals on, so I played shoeless, and I twisted my toe and basically broke my toe the day of.
Oh.
Played a game with a broken toe.
Oh.
And guess what we had that night?
What did you have that night?
Prom.
Oh.
We got smashed, and then had to go to prom with a broken toe. So, wasn't the...
And there's nothing worse than a bad-looking broken toe. I'm sure your prom day was quite embarrassed by that.
Yeah, man, when I was showing her my feet during prom for who knows why, you're like, that's not...
Well, I'm sure your dance moves were a bit limited there, right? As LCA runs in another try, dots it down underneath the posts, and...
Speaking of moves, putting some moves on for that last little try.
There it is, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that would have changed the trajectory of your life had you been able to really show off your dance moves in senior prom.
Honestly, I think about that day, all the time.
I have no doubts.
If Coach would have put me in, we would have won state.
Yeah, Probably just down from, wedding day. Senior prom is probably up there as, one of the more deciding factors of your life.
100%.
Yeah, figured.
I look back at that day with, such despair because of the loss of opportunities. I'm going to reel it back into the viewers here as we took a little trip down memory lane. LCA about to attempt the conversion, really to end this game out with about 1:50. Looks like that he does convert. At this point, regardless of time, do you... Oh, it looks like he's just...
We've got a special guest on the field now. Going to be a...
I was worried that was my son. like just running around. He was about to hit him with the golf cart.
Don't know what's going on with the golf cart. We got a Marshawn Lynch incident over here, driving the golf cart around on the field. Someone please come help.
Commentators gone wild right now, honestly. Need to reel that back in.
You know, it's the end of a long day. We've
it is
commentated a lot of rugby. LCA's put on a show. Genesis has fought hard. And it's been a beautiful beautiful day of rugby. Some high-class rugby being played here in the state of Utah. Great potential. Able to really go on and play at those higher levels of university, professional even. It's exciting to see where these young athletes might be in a couple years.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, that's one of the things that I love about coming onto these weekends is, you know, rugby Saturdays are great. Being, you know, from somebody that played youth rugby in Utah, seeing how much it's grown and the skill level of everyone is just incredible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the future is bright here in with rugby and you know, in the U.S.
And now that the pathway is so well outlined on how to get to that next level and then the next level after that and get paid to play a sport that you love, really exciting stuff.
Yeah.
As LCA dots down the final try of the match as time expires.
By that noise that we love oh so much, the high pitch. Hopefully you listeners or viewers don't have to
Sounds like me when I stub my toe.
Wow. That high of a pitch, huh?
Yeah. So.
Can't do it.
Here come the couple subs for LCA. I think it might be a little bit too late.
Oh, you were bullying. I remember. You were a bully try. Nice, Fonga.
So it looks like the finals is set. It's going to be, I believe, Brighton against LCA. Don't know the time, but it will be at the Zions Bank Arena in Harriman, just down the road from where I am. So feel free to stop by and say hi if you're passing through.
Coleman does have an open door policy. Go ahead, go into his fridge, freezer. He's got ice cream, anything you'd ever want. So,
yes.
Want the address? Hit me up.
This isn't a sponsored stream by any means, but I've got a lot of liquid death water. So if you ever want to try one of those.
Sponsor me.
Well, that is it for the day. Thank you so much for joining us. My name's Coleman.
My name's Ben.
And we are Game On Live Studio. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next week.